Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia, and we're currently inside the day 3 of the championship shadow, second last day. A lot of things on the line, but facing the fact that I wasn't really here for most of the actions, I guess you gotta fill me in on what exactly is going on over here.
Oh, well, the Mongolian domination is still there. You're very well aware of these teams since you have casted them in the past. So, Mongolian domination is still there for MV. They got a chicken dinner, not just one, three chicken dinners on day number one.
Yeah.
Stalwarts, well, they were tumbling a little bit yesterday at the start, but towards the end, they started picking themselves up. They got a chicken dinner with a very high fragging game. Even the Pakistani teams who were lagging in the league plays, finally, they have also started showing good performance.
Yeah, exactly. Good performance is what you're going to need considering it is the second last day. And speaking about 4 Miracle Vibes, they're currently on the top of the charts, and that's what's going to matter. Now, we've got every single team over here. They're, of course, stacked up. You told me even the Pakistani teams now have started to step things up.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. They certainly have. And Egonix I8 is one of those teams. Yesterday, they had a fantastic day. Even they got a chicken dinner. Even the team like Quantum Rage, they were struggling really hard. Yes, the chicken dinner is not there. But so many times, Quantum Rage, they came very close to that victory. So maybe day number 3, tables can turn. But we also know now, overall standings, they're not so volatile. So making a comeback and coming in top 4 right from the bottom is not going to be so easy.
Exactly, man. I mean, considering doing anything all the way if you're at the bottom, you're going to have so much pressure because the first 2 days are already gone and now you're on the day 3, so things are going to get even more difficult. If you do take a look at the roadmap in front of you guys, as you can see from the PMPL South Asia, there's going to be one team that's going to move on forward towards the PMWI, but then there's going to be another slot by in-game voting. So you guys need to make sure you guys are voting your favorite teams in the future to make sure you're going to be seeing them in the future endeavors. Taking a look at the 2023 PMWI in-game All-Stars vote map too. It's in front of you guys.
Well, certainly for South Asian Pakistan region, we have different slots. So yes, one team from South Asian region and one team from Pakistani region can definitely participate in PMWI All-Stars. So all you have to do is just open your game, and in-game voting is available. So vote for your favorite team so that they get a chance to participate in the All-Stars PMWI.
Exactly. I mean, something that a lot of players are going to be looking forward to, and considering all the voting system, it's just going to spice things up. And I'm loving the fact that inside this, all this new stuff, even the audience is going to get involved, so even they're going to feel a lot much more entertained than they were. I mean, I'm not saying that they were not getting entertained before, but it's just going to be more fun. Moving on forward and taking a look at the overall ranking so far inside the grand finals of the championships, you guys can see 4 Miracle Vibes are currently at the top. Then you can see Stalwart Esports, as always, the gods of the South Asia. That's what we used to call them, but now it seems like 4 Miracle Vibes is taken over.
Oh yes, courtesy to the 3 chicken dinners which they got for themselves on day number 1. Day number 2, the Mongolian domination was not so much as compared to day 1. The Pakistani teams were stepping up. Even the players of TUF, they also started showcasing good performance from their side. See, this is one of the team, me and Fixes, not just me and Fixes, I think everyone had high expectations from this particular squad, considering they have the international experience. They were the ex-Zeus Esports. So yes, IHC Esports, they also need to figure out that what is happening wrong. The rotations are coming in, but maybe it is the multiple fights which they are engaging in, because look at the elimination points they are having. 48 elims, just the placement points where they are lacking.
I mean, IHC has always been one of those teams that likes to go aggressive, that makes sure that things are going to be in their favor, especially inside the elimination brackets. And this has been the course for them since last year too. But for some reason in the placement points, they've always struggled. Consistency has always been a huge enemy for IHC. Hopefully, though, in the upcoming 2 days, they're going to have the chance to pretty much get the wind flowing in their sails once again, because now it's the second last day. That means one more day after this, and today they need to make sure that the day is going to be a flawless one for them. Speaking about IHC, they even lost their previous man, which was in the name of IC. Now, considering IC is joined on over to Stalwart Esports, so even that can be a big hit for IHC, and that's why maybe we're seeing that struggle coming in. Taking a look at 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports, it's a team comparison, and currently 4 Miracle Vibes is just leading the pack.
Oh, certainly they are. Day number 1 was entirely in the favor of 4MV. This is a different 4MV in the league plays. 4MV used to just go for the aggression blindly, but now they are more strategic. Yes, the aggression is there. We can see in terms of the elimination, they have got the highest elims in their favor. But it's about the survival time as well. Stalwarts, they were able to survive a bit more on day number 1, but day number 2, Stalwarts, they started falling down, especially in the first 3 games. That is where 4MV capitalized. They were the consistent bunch of lads on both the days, and Stalwarts, let's see if they can topple over 4MV today.
I mean, definitely a question that even I'm wondering if that's going to happen or not. But considering it's quite a tough fight and it's going to be quite a close one, it's all going to come down to the micromanagements of the game for both these teams and how they're going to be playing the late game circles. Stalwart Esports, knowing this team, they of course like to go aggressive as well. But they're not shy to even play things a little bit passive if it's needed. Sometimes the tactical waiting that Stalwart Esports shows can always play in their favor, and we've seen that happen a lot of those times in the past moments too. On the other hand, For Miracle Vibes, a team that hasn't been there in the pro scene for that long. I mean, it's been like, what, 1 or 2 years that I've been seeing this team in the pro scene, and already this team is making a huge name for itself in the South Asia. They've already made sure that the flag is all the way at the top.
Oh, certainly they have, and in fact, the way the four players of 4MV engage in the fight, Doc being the perfect grenadier from the team, definitely a very impressive lad. Not just Doc, the entire team, the synergy is point perfect whenever they engage in any of the 4v4 fights.
Exactly. Taking a look at the schedule, moving on forward, Erangel is the map where we're going to kick things off. As usual, Miramar is going to be the second one, Erangel third. Once again, you guys have seen this schedule, but as Shadow mentioned, it's all for the first spot over here, ladies and gentlemen, because you want to move on forward to the PMWI, and only one slot's going to be moving up forward. The other one through voting. It's a whole nother story, but for now, we need to focus on the first spot because that's what the winner is going to be aiming for. And currently, 4 Miracle Vibes is at the top. But we cannot just keep on talking about Stalwart Esports and 4 Miracle Vibes, right? We need to also talk about the other contenders that have the possibility that can take on over that first spot too. T2K, MABETEX. MABETEX is one of those teams I still remember last year. This team was struggling so much, but now in the grand finals of the championship, this team is in the top 4, and that's a huge improvement.
Oh, certainly. This time, MABETEX Esports, not just in the grand finals, in the league plays and PMPL SA as well, MABETEX showcased a very good performance, especially the way they used to rotate in the map of Miramar, because that is where MABETEX shine the most. Miramar is one of their strongest map, but in the grand finals, the way MABETEX, they have changed their drop location and still able to dominate, that is quite impressive. The synergy is there, the rotations are point perfect, even the IGL, the calls are which are being made by the IGL, which compound to hold on to. Somehow MABETEX, they always find themselves in the safety of the circle.
Exactly, and you know, one of the biggest upsets inside the South Asian region definitely has to be Skylights Gaming now making it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
A lot of fans are definitely going to be quite upset from Nepal, considering Skylights Gaming, they've got all the 4 legends in their team, being here in the pro scene for such a long time and not being able to compete inside the grand finals. I mean, what were your thoughts when you saw that?
Actually, Skylights Gaming, they were really struggling. This time, Skylights and MABETEX Esports, they both had a similar drop location, especially in Miramar. They both used to come from the northern front, and that is where Skylights used to struggle. They couldn't transition themselves inside the circle. Towards the end also, they used to struggle in the 4v4 fights which they were taking. The split, the segregation that was coming from the players. Individual players were picked off from the side of Skylights Gaming, and that is where Skylights did fall off. And MABETEX, they capitalized. They played as a unit. The synergy was there. The cover 5 was there, which was completely missing from the side of Skylights.
The cover fire, the synergy, the small mechanics that really do matter inside a fight. Sometimes Skylights Gaming do lack in that. I've seen this time and time in previous years too. Skylights Gaming is one of those teams that likes to go for a fight right off the bat. I still remember Savage Esports, especially on the map of Erangel, where they took over the entire Yasnaya region for themselves from Skylights Gaming, because Skylights Gaming would not even want to contest that. They just completely gave it away because they do not like to fight right off the bat initially in the in-game stages. They like to take their time, slow and steady. In the late game stages, that's where Skylights Gaming like to strike. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, the maps begin in front of us as the plain flat pat's going to start all the way from the top left side, and it's going to go all the way to the bottom right. So let's see how this one's going to start off.
Let's see how this one is going to start. Since it's day number 3, the pressure is definitely mounting, especially on the bottom teams, because so many things this time are at the stake. And we did see the similar plane path on day number 1, where 4MV, they changed the drop location towards the side of Gatka. And let's see if 4MV again they are going to go towards the side of military base, or will they head towards Gatka, because that was the only time where 4MV changed the drop location. On the other side, Stalwarts, they always love to go towards the side of Novo Ripnoi. T2K, they have been having their residency in the city of Sivorni. That is from where they like to dominate. But the question is where the
Yeah.
first circle is going to be. And Necro, if I have to ask you, what kind of a circle you want to see in this one?
Circle. I would say military-based circle for sure. This planned fly path is a pretty good one for that too. It's not directly all the way towards military-based circle, so that means every single team will struggle if it's a down southern circle. So I would really love these teams to struggle their way through to that victory. Stalwart Esports is on their way to the south side. You can see a lot of teams are now, at least at the start of the game, they're quite cluttered up. Soon enough, they're going to find their sweet spots on the map for themselves. And yes, it is a southern circle, but not exactly on the military island.
The potential 50-50s. It can either be a main island circle or could be a southern island final circle or maybe towards the bridge. This is going to be a difficult circle definitely to play around with. And let's see what the ideal calls are going to be, where the circle is going to shift. But for now, there is no such drop collision happening, but we can see a cluster of teams towards the side of Ferry Pier and southern side of Pochinki. That is where we can see a first blood being drawn. And for now, Stalwart Esports, they're resorting those vehicles. Finally, they have got a hold of the vehicles. So definitely Stalwarts will be moving towards the side of Novo Ripnoid. That is where they always likes to go. And that could be the reason they always are pretty much loaded. They always have the good resources in their hands. And no one has ever tried to contest Stalwarts or 4MV in their drop location.
Exactly. Stalwart Esports currently on the way. That's where they like to go, all the way down south towards their drop location, military base. On the other hand, we've got 4 Miracle Vibes eyeing out the players in the front. 70, a shot out in the open. Refuse, unfortunately, he doesn't really have anything in the hand other than a machete. Let's see what he's going to be able to establish from that. He's probably going to try to back off. That's probably the best move you can do. But for 70, it's not a good start. Already losing out on a player early off inside the game. As I said, Southern Circle is definitely going to catch a lot of teams off guard. And this is exactly what's happening. You can see the disbalance.
Well, certainly the disbalance is there. At the same time, Seventh Element, talking about this team as well, they have not been having the best of the time, but looks like we have a first blood scenario where Tokosaurus out in the open has been taken down by the players of 4. He was pretty much handicapped. He had no weapon, nothing at all. He just came for the vehicle and now he paid the price.
Prize being paid. As 4MV, even they themselves are crossing on over to the southern side. They do realize now this is where things are going to start to hit the fan soon enough. And for them to get back in the swing of things, one player's quite low. It's Refused, but I don't think so it's going to be any problem. I don't see any team in their way, so they're going to have a smooth sailing all the way down south. But once again, the circle is just having that mysterious aura. We don't exactly know where the circle is going to be shifting towards. Huge question marks on my faces and even on the players' faces. But speaking for the teams right now, teams that are really on the struggling hand, man, they need to step things up, especially in the elimination bracket too. Even the teams that are currently in the mid-pack, you talk about teams like Aegon I8, you talk about NB Esports, whose run has been pretty good from the start of this PMPL. Now they're currently in the mid-pack, and 2 days have already passed by. You cannot afford, the room for error is quite thin.
Yeah, there is no room for error. At the same time, talking about Reggie's side, this is one of those teams that had the highest elimination points in the PMPL Pakistan. So definitely they were the aggressive bunch of lads, but suddenly in South Asia, they have not been able to find their feet inside the game. Yes, in the league plays, we thought it could be the jitters, it could be the nerves or the pressure mounting on the shoulders. But Reggie's side, other than Sanhok, they have not been able to showcase a good performance at all. So big pressure is definitely going to be there on the players of Reggie's side. And Seventh Element looks like in a very long territory. T24 OP is there, but he takes down Sus of Leo Esports out there and makes his presence felt. Now a 1v3 scenario. Can he survive this one, Neeraj?
Definitely, it's going to be quite a tough one considering your opponent has a DBS in the hand. Then it's next to impossible. Leo Esports, I mean, Liquid was taken down way too low. Even they lost out on one of the men, but not completely, just knocked out. So Leo, they've got things in control for now. And speaking about other teams, 70, man, for them, they've only got that one last glimmer of hope. Not a good news. I mean, they've already been struggling throughout the entire grand finals, and now even the first game is going to start off with a struggle. Definitely a news that they were not looking for before. NV Esports, though, Mondo is stuck on the top, but he's trying to keep his position anonymous. Now definitely gives his position away. He might just be able to find a couple of knockouts for himself. And Mondo just chucking out some nades, not able to find anyone just yet. Position compromised, and he's also getting pushed up. He needs to fight back, and he exactly does so. So many eliminations on the kill feed. Mondo able to get 2 with the DBS in the hand, and he's going to pretty much flush him up as quick as possible. Another man in the front, but Mondo's got way too many people just trying to take him down. 10-10 is the man who's going to be able to seal the deal onto him. NB Esports, a 3-on-1 scenario where 10-10 doesn't exactly know where he's going to get peeked from. Too many players peeking out from a lot of angles, and he gets dealt with. One more to go in the name of Goku, and I'm pretty sure he's going to fall down as well.
Quantum Rage, an early elimination. That has been a trouble for the players of Quantum Rage. NB Esports and Quantum Rage, they were both trying to transition inside the circle from the eastern front, where they both collided into each other. And NB Esports, we know what sort of aggression this team brings. On the other side, Quantum Rage, they were really struggling. They were not able to find their confidence. Yes, in few of the games yesterday, Quantum Rage did showcase good performance, but other than that, Quantum Rage, they have been completely missing out. And NB Esports, well, they've always been an impressive bunch of lads. This is one of the team that used to dominate in the league plays in few of the games, getting those double-digit finishes. They even came very close to becoming the champion of PMPL South Asia as well. So yes, definitely NB Esports is one of the team we need to look out for. They can definitely give strong competition and come in top 5. And day number 3 is the day which they are waiting for.
Day number 3, and currently we are in that. Let's see what they're able to pull it off over here. Considering Quantum Rage, they've already been eliminated, but it's just still the first game of the day. A lot more to go. 5 more to go. A decent amount of chances for you to try and recover inside today's day. And as I said, being in the mid pack is definitely not going to be that favorable for yourself. You need to make sure you're going to be racking up a lot of kills in itself. And Quantum Rage is currently sitting on 11th spot, if I'm not wrong, with only 62 points in their pockets. So they need those elimination points and those placement points, that's for sure. MABETEX, though, a couple of players on the move, while the rest are going to find themselves in a different spot, but they're also getting chipped away with the blue zone. They need to move in quick.
And they're opting for a southern rotation. That is going to be an ideal and safe path, considering so many rotations are coming from the northern front. And this time the circle is going to be a military based circle, and 4ME looks like they're already going for a bridge block, western bridge block, where Stalwarts, they're on the eastern bridge. So yes, surpassing the team of 4ME and Stalwart Esports to transition inside the circle is not going to be an easy task, especially the way the cluster is forming out towards the western bridge, where again XI8 are there, Magnus Esports are also there, and it looks like Magnus, they're already picking up a fight, and Zubian right in front of the players of Uzm, and Uz instantly takes Zubian down.
Yeah, shotgun in the hands of the player in the front. And that's where you see Uzum just trying to play around, not exactly pushing inside the house in itself. But finally now the players are going to start to pull out the shotguns as Zen is on the top. He's still trying to fight for his life, but eventually even he will fall down. Now they've taken over this compound. Magnus, they crumble down. Another player's knocked out in the front, and the last player of Magnus, he's on a run. He just dipped in the water, bailed on his teammate, doesn't care about anything. Now he needs to play for the placement points or whatever he can get in his hands. But Aegon I8, a clean way to get the compound on the hand, and now Fullock is also getting shot at from Leo. The chip damage is definitely there. Aegon I8, they've got a decent amount of meds lined up too, but that doesn't mean you're going to start to burn out of
Again, excited, they really need to find a way to move inside the circle, because with the presence of Leo Esports and 4MV on the other side of the bridge, it's not going to be an easy task. On the other side, 7th Element and IHC, they're also locking horns with each other when Ashad has been found out, and with that, 7th Element also bids bye-bye on the 15th spot. Talking about again, excited, Blade is still hunting and looking for the players of Magnus Esports, and for Magnus, it's kind of a fish in a barrel situation. They're pretty much handicapped, can't do anything. They can just hope and pray that the players of Aganex I8 don't spot them, or maybe Leo Esports, they show on the doorsteps of Aganex I8 so that Magnus can move inside the circle.
But at least Magnus, they were able to recover that fallen player. Back on his feet, Zibian. Things looking good, but still, they've got a big hurdle in front of them. And Uzum's just going to keep on tossing those nades in the water. Once again, another player falls down. Aegon Ayat, there's just, as I said, it's a huge hurdle for them to try and cross on over. And Aegon Ayat is not going to let that go away. They know these are free elimination points, and they want those in the hands. Nades are being tossed on either side of the rock. Not still able to find that sweet spot for themselves. Once again, this man gets chipped way too low and barely is able to survive for now. And that's going to be 4 MV East all the way on top of the bridge, just taking those shots. Soon enough, even he will be spotted. Look at East. How is he even able to see this far away? Uzum is going to duck in the back once again in the cover. Sandesh, on the other hand, is going to take a little bit of dig against the players of HV.
Highvoltage DC, talking about this particular team, Dynamo 1 was entirely in their favor. The way they were able to rain death and destruction on day 1 was completely missing on day number 2, and looks like they've already lost onto one of their player. Not a good news, and now they're trying to move inside the circle where the players of T2 can still do a lot more damage. They can still spot the players inside the water, and T2K, they are trying. At the same time, they do have information onto the players of NB Esports in the back lines. So it's not going to be an easy scenario for all these teams. On the other side, XIA, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of IHC Esports, and Blade is on a sliver of HP right now.
IHC try to spring back in the action, but found nothing. Alex weakles on in smokes, and he's driving straight up on the top. And as I said, they're still taking a look, a little bit of fight against the players. Leo Sus was found and knocked out to IHC. As always, the classic one, that's what we like to see. The aggressive one, straight up just going against your enemies, not even caring about a thing, going for those elimination points, racking them up like it's nothing. Bites, making sure that the enemies aren't going to start to bite the dust. And Leo, even they're going to be quite unsettled. They're trying to find themselves a better spot over here underneath the bridge, and IHC is still, they're making sure that Leo are going to face the maximum amount of issues if they are available on the top. And Godless falls down too. Unfortunate news for them, but Godless is recoverable. He's safe. No issues for him. Leo, on the other hand, they know they need to play this one safe and sound. They cannot even push up forward. But Slipknot is still trying to get on top of the bridge, and he will be successfully able to do so. But now Leo's job here is to make sure that IG are going to be held off at bay.
But the bad news is the blue is also closing in, and 4MV, they're also waiting on the other side of the bridge. It's not a good news for either of these teams. The grenade are being lobbed from the side of Slipknot, but no connection whatsoever. But Godless, he's been revived. He's again back inside the game, and IHC, they have to try it as a rotation. They have to transition inside the circle, but that's a big challenge. The Leo Esports players are still over there, and Slipknot hiding, trying to find something, try to take down the players of IHC, and Zior in a close frontal battle with Slipknot. Can he find him? And Slipknot takes a jump, still safe, but for how long? On the other side of the map, we have DRS and Stalwart also going up against each other, and looks like Stalwart not in the best of the position, but Liquid finds a cheeky angle onto Alex, tried to take him down, but instead rather gets taken down, and Godless also on a very low HP, and Slipknot trying to find those pixels, and Godless, he has to patch himself up as soon as possible, but from the backlines, Demo comes in. Esports on the 14th spot, a bad news for Leos.
I'd see still players knocked out as Godless trying to go in the back, still making sure that he's going to be safe, at least for now. His teammates able to get the revive done. On the other hand, you've got another fight brewing up between 4NB and their opponents in the front. A bit too low. Isek trying to fight against TUF in the front, and eventually he will be able to make sure that his opponents are biting the dust. NB Esports, they come out on top. Nicely done, but two players are still knocked out. Fistboy on his way towards his teammates knows they need the backup. But still, NB Esports, at least for now, they've got the entire southern side of the zone in their hand, but they still need to make it inside the circle. The circle is now looking pretty awkward. For any other team to breach inside the circle, it's going to be hell of a hustle.
I like what the players of 4MV and MABETEX are doing right now. 4MV, they are on the western periphery of the circle, where MABETEX are potentially looking to dominate from the southern end. But right now, Stalwarts, they have been spotted down by the players of 4MV, and this is what that has changed in the playstyle of 4MV. This time, yes, they do get the information. Rather than making a hasty rush, half-baked rush towards a team, they rather capitalize on the information and position themselves so that they can aim for the chicken dinner. This time, Refuse also has a vague idea about the players of MABETEX Esports, where Valley could come under heavy fire, and he certainly takes a lot of damage. For now, he's safe. At the same time, Refuse needs to be a bit careful and cautious about the position of NB Esports Fistboy.
Trying to pepper some shots in the front. Fistboy still safe. Man just driving in his whip in the Lambo. Getting away from all the bullets and the danger. At least for now, though. Soon enough, they're going to run into a lot of trouble. All the hilltops, the high grounds contested, as you said. Yeah, the decision making from 4MV is incredible. They're trying to spread themselves as far away as possible, trying to get as much as map control in their hands. And currently, they're taking the entire left side of the zone in their hands so far. They've got a lot of map control secured, and look at this. NB Esports against MABETEX, but unfortunately, Fistboy gets ran over by Wally. Definitely a little bit of embarrassing moment for them, but MABETEX, even they themselves, they've got a lot of bodies that are still knocked down, crawling for help. Wally in the back is way too low, looking to patch himself up. MG3 in the hands of Mondo. And he's going to make sure that he's putting the final nails in the coffin for the players of MABETEX. A good nade! Going to catch Baron. Perfectly done, Mondo! This man's accuracy is on the point today. And now look at him out down the lawn in the front. Wally's still able to make it away safe for now. The buggy has took too many bullets on himself. And Wally knows it's probably next to impossible to recover his teammate Baron. He needs to play in the back end safe.
Oh, Mondo, this guy is again back in the action. He was able to clutch so many times during the PMPL SA and in the league plays. He was so many times the MVP as well. And NB Esports, finally, they have been able to find their feet. And Mondo is still trying to find Valley, who has a good compound to his name and a good hard cover. But the bad news is the circle has taken a northern shift, and MABETEX and NB, they need to make those rotation. But somehow 4MB again in a good spot, Stalwarts in the epicenter. At the same time, T2K also, they're holding on to the ridge line, the short line. They do have a good position, but Valley, oh, Monjo with that weapon is still hunting for him, and Valley in a 1v3 scenario right now.
Oh, he just dips away. Doesn't want to fight it. Just runs away. Is going to give away the compound. NB Esports securing another compound and a solid cover for themselves, but still, they need to make it inside the circle. A huge bad news, though. IHC, they try to get back in the swing of things, but unfortunately, while doing so, they were catching too much damage. They were also outside the zone in the blue, and the wall of death kept on chipping away onto them, while the teams in the front made sure that they're also taking down a couple of enemies. Now IHC, they've only got Demo alive. Not a good news. I even thought that they have a pretty good spot for themselves where they can rotate from, but even they've been eliminated from the game. And look at DRS trying to sneak away through the smokes, but unfortunately, you've still got a man like KVI, who's got Sky, who's got his eyes in the front against DRS, and yeah, the damage is way too much. They're getting chipped away, and Sky's just peppering it away with the Mini 14 while his teammates are spraying it through with the M416.
Viper, although not too many bullets on the Scorrel, still trying to find Delta over there. He's going to run out of the bullets over there and eliminate crew. Well, they do have information onto the players of DRS, but right now they have the complete eastern periphery control. They do have good ridges to work around with, and let me tell you, Necro, Eliminate Crew was one of the team that in PMPL South Asia, they got back-to-back 3 chicken dinners for themselves. They are definitely capable, and Refuse with a vehicle run over takes down Demo, the last man from the side of IHC, and now only 8 teams left with 22 players remaining, and suddenly 4MB again in the best of the spot with 7 elims of their own, and Valley and me Esports, they're not going to spare Valley at all. Finally finds him, the poor lad, and MABETEX Esports, they bid bye-bye on the 8th spot.
Wally out, and NB Esports once again, they were just on the prowl for this man. They had the trail of Wally, knew exactly where he was, and he got hunted down once again. DRS, they themselves, they're fighting their own different war, man. Not able to get out of the danger zone so far. Even Killer YT way too low for comfort. Gonna find himself a little edge, a little ridge, where he's gonna try to patch himself up. But you've got a team like Stalwart Esports just dying you out, just trying to take you down. Those bullets are gonna pierce through your armor and shred you apart. The bullets of pain definitely are quite tough. But now, Illuminate Crew, even they're right behind the players of Stalwart Esports. Soon enough, Stalwart, they're going to find themselves in a bit of awkward spot. Then Illuminate Crew are going to start to look over them. But T2K for now, they're just trying to scoop anything that's going to fall in their court.
Illuminate Crew, this can be a good game if they manage to have a good control inside the circle. But the team that can be an ugly thorn for the players of Illuminate can be the players of T2K. But the split that is coming from the side of T2K not the best position right now, because they are susceptible to those third parties that can come either from Stalwarts or either from 4MV, because 4MV, they're on a hunting spree right on. Jane, the first glimpse is there, and Nova X is quick to retaliate, takes hefty HP out of him, but somehow he survived. Now T2K, they have to be the cautious ones, but Illuminate, they're still a few meters away from the circle.
And still trying to pull something off here. I like the fact that now teams have found themselves, or at least situated themselves on the edges. Even NB Esports, they're quite spread out. They're having a little split for themselves. It's a 2-1 split where Mondo is all the way on the left, on the other side of the road. 4 Merkel Vibes trying to scout out the water lines, making sure no fishes are able to creep and crawl their way in. One spotted. Zipian still able to make it out alive from that situation where Aegon Ayat were the one against Magnus. Oh man, Zipian just fighting for his life in the water lines while the wall of death is chipping away onto him. Next to impossible to survive. And finally, Apex is going to seal the deal and take care of business, as we've still got another player from T2K in the water line. Sandesh all by himself behind that boat. Next to impossible to make it away. As I said, Mondo, there was a little split for NB Esports, and now Mondo being caught off guard all by himself. Next to impossible to get the resurrection on the fallen player. And for MV, they're going to push up and get the confirmation, but doing so, refuse is quite low, so he needs to take things cautiously.
Well, from the backlines, the remaining players of NB Esports are providing the necessary cover fire, but it's not going to be enough. Like you said, it's almost impossible to go for the race onto Mondo, and finally the finish point is there. But Stalwarts, they're also coming under heavy fire from the side of NB Esports, where second fist, where all they have is a little wooden shack to the cover. Not enough, but still something to work around with. At the same time, they don't have too many first aids as well. Their medkits, the resources are not enough in the hands of Stalwart Esports, so they have to be the cautious one. On the other side, we do have a knock onto one player from Stalwarts, where 4MV looks like they are looking for the players of Illuminate Crew. The double-edged sword, the smoke is there, giving the information of the players of Illuminate Crew right away to east. But he's not going to overcome it, but a perfect grenade from Sky takes down Jane.
Things are now starting to heat up a little bit too much. As Illuminate Crew, they're going to find a clear line of sight on the players of 4MV. And first knock is already found. Viper. He's low himself, but he's got a solid cover in front of him. But still, the main objective is going to be not to trip over your own shoelaces. You need to make sure that your surroundings are clear. And by that, I mean Sandesh is still on the right side. And this man is a venomous snake. He can strike whenever he gets a chance to. I8, now they're subtracted over here. They've got a little split for themselves. It's a 3-1. And all the 3 players on the right side, they're a little bit tagged up. Should patch himself up. NB Esports, they lose out on another player. And they're in quite an awkward spot. They need to make it on the other side of the road. For Fist Boy, it's going to be a miraculous play if he's able to execute that. For MV, things could have been a little bit out of comfort for them, but they're able to retaliate back and make sure that the opponent is now going to be in a little bit more misery. Smoke's thrown over. Nova wants to get the res there, and will probably be able to do so. But look at Stalwart Esports. They're now in the prime position inside the next circle.
Oh, they are. At the same time, they're also going to grab so much attention from all the remaining teams. That is where they have to be the cautious one. On the other side, 4MV, they are picking individual fights. That is going to work in their favor, but the cover is not there. All they have is a little Dacia for the hard cover, and the player in the water, T2K Sandesh, can do a lot of damage towards the side of 4MV if they're not the cautious ones. At the same time, Fist Void trying to pull off a miraculous play, but that won't be allowed as Lirzet puts an end to him. And with that, NB Esports also bids bye-bye after having a very high frag game, and tops from the top angles goes down Sky, and Sky was trying to move inside the safety, but unfortunately he has been taken down.
Told you they've got the prime spot in their hands. Now it's going to be tough to take down the Stalwart Esports. And oh boy, right in the pregame segment, we had this entire conversation. I said Stalwart Esports were called at one time the gods of South Asia, and I guess the gods are returned to rule the kingdom. As we've got Stalwart Esports right in the smack center of this next circle. You've got 4 Miracle Vibes trying to make their way inside, trying to breach their way in, sweeping anyone that stands in their path. But the biggest thorn in the way is going to be Stalwart Esports. And for them to deal with Stalwart Esports, they will first need to make sure that Illuminate crew is being taken out of the game. But Stalwart Esports are taking things, or making things a little bit more light for the opponents. You've got another man from Stalwart just trying to drive around, gather any sort of information. And that was Action. He was not able to get a lot of those, but they at least have a rough idea of where exactly 4 Miracle Vibes are. And look at the separation they're bringing up. Apex all the way on the left, while the rest 3 are on the right. And Stalwart Esports, they might just be pinned in that center position.
The Goliaths versus Goliaths from the Mongolian region. Who is going to get the chicken dinner for themselves? The frags are definitely in the favor of 4MV. 13 frags. They were raining death and destruction in this particular Erangel. On the other side, like you said, Stalwarts, they do have a good compound, good building, hardcover to their name. But yes, 4MV, they are trying to surround a flank angle that has been created by Apex. Oh, has already been watched by the players of Stalwart Esports, so they need to resort to the plan B if they want to take down the entirety of Stalwarts, because they are not coming out in the open, not giving unnecessary glimpse to the players of 4MV. And the zone, the circle is also favoring. The grenades are being flung over, but no connection whatsoever.
The nade tosses are there, but the mark isn't. 4 Miracle Vibes, they have the man advantage inside this situation. And the overall advantage, too, is in the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. But it's all going to come down to this next circle shift. And where the circle is going to be shifting on over. Look at Action, driving around. Now he gets the shots on himself. He knows that there's one player on the flank, on the left flanks. And Stalwart Esports, now they will need to find a cure to that. Because if 4 Miracle Vibes, they get too much map control in their hands, Stalwart Esports, they might just fall on top of their faces. As I said, the main objective over here is not to fall over with your own shoelaces. Do not trip over. At Stalwart Esports, they're making sure that the surroundings are being watched.
I love what Stalwarts are doing. They're not greedy for the chicken dinner. They do understand that the circle is there. This is their circle. This is their game to lose. All they have to do is just hold on to the angles perfectly, not come out in the open. Because as the circle is going to close in, the first player or the first team to get the blue zone damage are going to be the players of 4MV. But Action is going to drive around with that vehicle. That can be a very risky play. If Stalwarts lose Action or any more player, 4MV will directly charge in towards the compound, because the numbers advantage won't be there. But finally, Apex has been taken down, and the flank angle which the 4MV players were trying to create has been nullified. Now it's a 3v3 scenario. Stalwarts can still win this one.
As I said, the spread not working out, and Stalwart Esports Action played that perfectly, drove around inside a vehicle, got Apex's position compromised, and then Stalwart Esports dealt with that issue so nicely. But I gotta say one thing, the teams have definitely went through a huge state of metamorphosis, and they're looking fantastic as ever before. As 4 Miracle Vibes, Action way too low for comfort, but is still able to stay alive for now. Falls back, goes for the heals on himself, and will be able to patch himself up. As now the circle is starting to be a huge key issue for both these teams. Stalwart Esports, at least they've got a solid compounds for themselves. Smokes tossed on over all across the field as reviews will be able to get a knockdown in the opponents. The MG3 is going to make sure that it's going to hurt their opponent as much as possible. Just shreds through the meat, as now Nirzet knows that he's also getting pushed on over by the players of 4MV. But this nade is perfect. It finds stock. Nicely done. Nirzed takes down another man. This man is a one-man army and will also take down the last man. Perfectly done. Stalwart Esports, they take it in the hand. Great way to kick things off on the day 3.
Well, perfectly. The patience paid off. It's a
Nicely done. As you can see, winner chicken dinner. Damage done 1,503, 11 eliminations, and total points of 21. And they're still in the 2nd spot in the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. But even though their opponents lost, but they still got the 2nd spot. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push the short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And you guys saw Stalwart Esports. It seems like they finally kicked things off on a great note on the day 3, on the 2nd last day. And yes, I'm all by myself. I'm all alone, as usual, just like life. But we're over here, and considering it's the 2nd last day and definitely a start, Stalwart Esports wanted to make sure that they're also going to get the throne back in their hands. But still, if you speak about the teams that are currently in the mid-pack, the struggle continues, especially Magnus Esports too, considering they're not even doing that fantastic inside the tournament. They needed to step things up, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Though, one of the biggest concerns for me, or one of the biggest surprises for me definitely inside the previous game, was they had a fantastic positioning for themselves near the bridge, but unfortunately for them, things did not work out. They decided to rotate away from that spot, give away that powerful positioning, and then things started to fumble apart for them. Even IHC, they had a last man alive, which was in the name of Demo in the late game circles, and even things were not working out too much for him. As you do move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be East 922 from 4 Miracle Vibes. Keep this thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Even though 4 Miracle Vibes did not win that previous game, still the consistency 4 Miracle Vibes is showing, it's remarkable. 3 eliminations with the healing done of 270 and damage dealt of 1223 all by himself. This is incredible. With the survival time of 28:37 and 4 knocks, this man has named himself the MVP of that previous game. But I gotta say, with the way Stalwart Esports played that final circumstance, the way they played that final situation, a 3-on-4, even though the opponents had an advantage, they dealt with that calm, cool, collectively. Mondo is also going to be the 5th one in the player focus, but Top, Refuse, Doc, every single player over here is from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, and they've got 4 eliminations each, and then you've got a man like Top with 5 eliminations. Perfectly done. This man is here to make sure that his team's going to conquer on the top. Now let's move on forward and take a look at the match summary of the previous game, and you're gonna find Nirzed over there with the highest eliminations. East is there with the highest damage, Doc with the highest assists, and then you've got Demo with the most healing done. As I said, I'd see they were caught in the wall of death there, where Demo was the only man alive, and he was trying to patch himself up over and over again, trying to move inside the zone. But unfortunately, there were a lot of Guardian Angels who made sure, or as you can say, Guardian Devils, who made sure that Demo's not going to be able to stay alive and cross on over to the save zone itself, where Demo got taken down, and that's why he has the most healings done. So things were quite interesting in that previous game, and it was quite an entertaining game, that's for sure. But the Southern Circle definitely caught a lot of teams off guard, where you saw quite a lot of early eliminations. And you cannot forget the fact that, as I said, I8, they had a really nice positioning, and I'm still confused how they were not able to do anything. Taking a look at the match rankings of the previous game, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes, NB Esports, the second and third spot. Stalwart Esports, of course, won that. Total points are going to be 21, and they're still in the second spot in the overall rankings, so the struggle isn't done. DRS on the 9th spot, and as we all know from where DRS started, at the start of the day, they had 6th position in the overall rankings. And now, as they did not really have that great of an outcome for themselves inside this game too, there's not going to be a lot of changes. I'm pretty sure a lot of people from Nepal are going to be, they're going to have their eyes out for High Voltage and even DRS. But things weren't too good for them. High Voltage got eliminated on 13th, DRS got eliminated on 9th. Then you've got IHC, where I personally had a lot of huge hopes from IHC, but even IHC, they were not able to get a lot of things done. 5 eliminations, they only got 5 points secured. MABETEX, the run inside this PMPL South Asia Championships has been great for them, but in that previous game, they didn't really have a good start. But you've still got 5 more maps ahead of you, and there's a plenty amount of chances for yourself where you can try to redeem, as we've got the overall rankings in front of us, and you can see 4 Miracle Vibes still on the top, but that difference, the point difference they had, is a little bit closed up, but not that much, because Stalwart Esports, they're already on the second spot with 129 points. Things are looking quite incredible. On the third spot still is T2K. MABETEX Esports is on the 4th. Interesting stuff. Top 5 is just stacked up. All the teams are great. Then you take a look at the other half of the board, and you've got a little bit of upsets over here. You can see IHC, a team that is not supposed to be here, that's for sure. You expect a team like IHC to be at least in the top 5, but definitely is going to be a huge surprise for every single person that's currently watching inside the chat too. Then you've got Team TUF, who were trying their best inside the military island, but unfortunately they got wiped up in that previous game, so things are not too great. But the only way to take away that first spot from 4 Miracle Vibes is to make sure that their initial game is being griefed somehow. And the only way to do that is maybe Stalwart Esports, they can drop on top of the players of 4 Miracle Vibes and try to get their game griefed, or cross your fingers and hope for the best and hope that 4 Miracle Vibes, they lose out on a couple of their members early off inside the game, so then later on they're not going to be able to carry on forward with the consistency, and maybe the map points as well, they're not really going to have a lot of those. And I mean, I'm not really going to say a lot of things about the initial phase of the previous game, considering it was the Southern Circle, and that's why a lot of teams got caught off guard. We even saw 7E getting eliminated right off the bat, especially a couple of their players just got kicked out instantly off the server as soon as the game started, and they only had that one last man alive, which was not a good news for them. Even Regicide, they were all the way down south, and they tried to make it inside the circle. Even things were not really working out for them. I still remember, Regicide is one of those teams that likes to take things really slow. They like to rotate pretty slow and sound, and they try to do the same thing even inside this game, but once again, didn't work out. Now, as we do take a look at the schedule, we know we're going to move on forward to the deserty lands of Miramar, and soon enough, we're going to be taking a look at that big map. And I am quite excited to see how things are going to be looking like. The rotation pathways, the drop locations, how it's going to look like Miramar, considering now the first game of Erangel was quite spicy. I'm pretty sure Miramar is going to be even more spicy. And we're probably going to be seeing a lot of those long-range sniping actions. So I'm personally quite excited for that one. And speaking about 4 Miracle Vibes in Stalwart Esports, last year, I remember, we called 4 Miracle Vibes the kryptonite of Stalwart Esports. And now these two teams are right next to each other, neck and neck. And even now, 4 Miracle Vibes, they're proven out to be a kryptonite, not exactly in the fights though, but so far in the overall rankings, because 4 Miracle Vibes have taken over the throne. And Stalwart Esports being the second spot, they're on the chase for that. 4 Miracle Vibes, they lost that previous fight, but what matters to them is that consistency. All they need to do is stay consistent and slowly and steadily nail down that first spot that they've gotten for themselves and just stay on top and pretty much have that slot for yourself in the PMWI, which is going to be quite an interesting story in itself. But so far, man, things have been spicing up way too much. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be excited, considering it is the second half day of the grand finals, and everyone just wants to sit there and find out who's going to be the winner too. And slowly and steadily, even the vision is starting to get clearer. You guys are having a little bit of idea of who might just be there on the top. But for Stalwart Esports, they are going to have a lot of pressure onto themselves as the games and the days keep passing by. But with that initial victory in the first map of Erangel, the pressure definitely seems, or at least should have been, lifted away, because they've had a good wind in the sails for themselves, and they can keep the momentum going in the upcoming games too, with the way things have been working for them. But Stalwart Esports cannot look over the fact, or cannot ignore the fact, that even TDK, they were in the finals they were in the final couple of teams in the previous game too. TDK is also right underneath Stalwart Esports, and there's not a lot of points difference between them and TDK, and TDK can definitely make it on the second spot too. One little misstep, as I said, the room for error is way too low. If you take one wrong step, it's going to cost you your spot, and you cannot afford to, especially inside this year's meta, because it's quite tough to gain those points unless you're able to rack up a lot of elimination points. Then it can definitely be a huge cherry on top of the cake. NB Esports too, they tried their best to fight back in the previous game, but you've got teams that were just surrounding you, while NB Esports tried to make it all the way from down south towards the circle. They were getting picked off slowly and steadily. Well, I gotta say one thing, and that is for sure that we are seeing a lot of improvements with the utility utilization, the nades that are being tossed on over on the opponents. They're pinpoint. The precision seems on the point. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like soon enough we're going to move on forward to the second game of the day.
Well, certainly, and so sorry for the technical issue, and I'm finally back. Thank you so much, Necro, for doing it alone. But finally, like you said, Miramar is there, the deserty forest, where the players of MABETEX tend to shine the most. Even 4MV, considering they tend to go towards the side of Chumasera. If we have a southern circle, I don't know about the circle, but we definitely have a southern flight path, and 4MV, they're going to be a bunch of happy lads because the drop location is right there. But I don't want to be in the shoes of teams like IHC, who likes going towards the side of El Pozo, or MABETEX, who earlier used to go towards the side of Torre Emuda. But recently, MABETEX, they have been going towards the southern side of Los Leones as well. So they do have a dynamic drop location. Let's see what's going to happen, which path they are going to opt for. But Regicide, this team, they have been struggling a lot recently.
I gotta say, the competition compared to last year and this year, there's a drastic change. Teams seem like they're on a different level. They're improved so much, and considering even I am trying to get back in the swing of things in this championship, I was absent for the most of the days, and now that I'm over here, just seeing them out and over perform this well, I am definitely flabbergasted. I am so surprised, and I'm pretty sure even in the future, you guys are going to be up for a massive show. Taking a look at the circle 2, sort of tilted a little bit top left towards the El Pozo power grid area. But we don't exactly know how the upcoming circles are going to look like. But already we're seeing a couple of shots being taken away, and Sky is a casualty. Illuminate crew, not really going to want to lose out on their players like that, but luckily enough for them, the opponent only has a Uzi in the hand. Definitely going to be a little tough to shoot away in that long range, and Sky is able to make it back to safety. So that's quite a lucky.
Lucky Sky, definitely 100% lucky. His teammate is also nearby, Viper. He can go for the race onto Sky. And Illuminate crew, they can't afford to make any sort of mistake right now. They are trying to stage a comeback on day number 3. The previous game, yes, no chicken dinner, but a good game came into the favor of Illuminate crew. And this time, MABETEX Esports, they are also behind them. MABETEX, recently they have started coming to the city of Los Leones, but it's the first time that we have seen MABETEX go up against the players of Illuminate crew directly for a head-on fight. But for now, both these teams, it's kind of a safe situation. Both the teams are trying to grab those resources, crucial resources for the close combat fight. But the circle, talking about the circle, NB Esports can benefit heavily, Necro, from the circle.
100%. Circle, I mean, it's definitely something. And considering the plain flat path was all the way down south, once again, the teams there are at least going to be a couple of teams that will probably need to step outside their comfort zone and find a new rotation pathway for themselves, or maybe a temporary drop spot. And we did see those teams trying to get those vehicles in the hand, trying to get back to the spot where they want to go towards. But sometimes you're not that lucky one, and you do get caught off guard in the fights in between, and you might just catch a couple of bullets onto yourself. But we haven't seen that so far. Every single player inside the lobby is healthy. So that's a good news for the teams, I guess, but we're not going to see an early action.
Maybe we can because the circle is kind of a tricky. All those teams who are towards the side of Los Leones, they have to go for early rotation. Speaking of T2K, they're also in the periphery of the circle, and Magnus Zabian, he's walking on thin ice because T2Ks, they are also in the close proximity. But for now, T2K, they have moved away, so Zabian is safe for now. And Magnus Esports, talking about this team, in the PMPL Pakistan previous seasons, Magnus was one of the strongest team. But this season, Magnus, they have been completely missing. The aggression that Magnus Esports used to bring in, that is completely missing. And Miramar used to be their strongest map, but now every map is broken for this particular team. I really hope they are able to find their feet and they do recover from whatever issue the team is having right now. But like T2K, they have an idea about the players of Magnus, and Zibian is a very wrong territory as Jane with the UMP45 is already closing in the distance. Can he take down Zibian? I think Zibian will make it to the safety.
Yeah, he's good. It's going to be tough to catch on over to the opponent like that. Zibian's going to make it back to safety. His team's going to have youth side relief. Still, though, I mean, TDK is trying to pepper some shots on over, hoping that maybe a couple of lucky bullets connection can be found. But Zibian is still alive in the back of that ridge, trying to play for his life. His teammates are now starting to come closer to him, and they will provide a little bit of cavalry. But taking a look at the live rankings in front of us, and definitely Stalwart Esports and 4MV, the distance is not that close. Still 4 Miracle vibes, even though they were taken out in the last moment, they still got the second spot. So that means they're having that consistency flow still going on. The momentum is even in their hands for now. But TDK, they lose out on the player who tried to push on up way too close and personal. And Magnus, they've got themselves a free elimination point as Jane's going to be taking out the game. And Rick 2 is catching a couple of bullets. But then, mostly those bullets are just to scare the players of TDK away. So Magnus, they've played this perfectly well. Jane, though, he got a little too ahead of himself, tried to push on over to the opponent, and didn't work out. Magnus Esports, player's quite lucky to be alive, MGS. He's just trying to fall back and play for his life now.
Oh, certainly. Even Sanhok is in a very tricky spot. The split that is coming from the side of Magnus Esports is working in their favor. It's not so much that they can't go for a raise if a knock comes in. On the other side, T2K, they are in the low ground. The compounds are there. Sandesh along with Sanhok. So, DS, Magnus and T2K, they are trying to lock horns with each other. At the same time, on the southern periphery, we have the players of 7th Element and TUF who are trying to move inside the circle. Shots were being fired, but no damage has been done whatsoever. And 7th Element, they have not been able to perform good in even a single game. So they need good games in their pockets if they want to earn more money, if they want to increase their prize money and propel themselves a bit higher in the ranking, because every single position is going to increase your bank balance, and that is something 7th Element needs to focus on. But TUF, this team showcased good performance yesterday towards the end few games, but right now they're right in the crosses of Togosaurus. Looks like the vehicle has taken a certain damage, but not enough to take down the players.
TDK, they really try to take the fight early on against Magnus. They wanted to take him down. TDK thought the Magnus are going to be free points, or at least easy points. It's going to be an easy fight. But then Magnus, they started to humble TDK, and now TDK, they've already lost out on the player this early off inside the game. And TDK is in the top 3 of the overall rankings, and these are the grand finals. You're not going to have a lot of chances. So yeah, definitely a big hurdle for TDK to get on over. But it's going to be a tough one. Even Aegon I8 now is looking for a fair share for themselves in that fight, as they have gotten one player down for Magnus. Zibian, another player taken down. Magnus, they're losing out on the numbers now. They've only got the last 2 players alive, and in front of us, we've got a fight proven up between Regicide and TUF.
It's a battle of the grenades. Nades being flung over from both the directions, and Avenger on a sliver of HP. One grenade, perfect grenade from the side of H2SO4 can take down Avenger over there, but he has patched himself up. The smokes are there. TUF, they do have the position advantage. On the other side, Thor gets taken down by a perfect flank angle, which was created by Noki, and instant confirmation has been made. This is the moment where Avenger can push a little further, but Noki comes in, takes down M7. Suddenly, the tables have turned, and Reggie side, they're leading the charge, and H2SO4 also gets taken down. Now only Joker Sir remains in the back lines. The trades are being made. Avenger is down, but the revival can be made because it's a close frontal battle. But Joker Sir comes in with a DBS right in the face of Noki, deals with him. Now Reggie side left with only 2 players. A 1v2 scenario for the players of TUF. Joker Sir still hiding.
DBS in the hand, in the close quarter, it's going to be a deadly one, so you need to make sure you're having your personal distance against the opponent. Joker, way too low, but the nade's going to land perfectly on one of the players in the opponent. Regicide, Russian's way too low, but still, it's not going to matter. The cover fire's there from the back as Vaz is going to put the final nail in the coffin. TUF eliminated from the game, perfectly done from Regicide. Still, they had 3 players knocked on over, but luckily for them, the fight was quite isolated all the way on the bottom left, so they're not going to find any third parties in that situation. The next circle is going to be forming up in front of us, and we did see the circle shift on the right side, and it's quite a small one, so you need to make sure that you're making it inside the circle as quick as possible, because the seats are starting to get filled up, and yeah, you got to get yourself a ticket and book it.
The real estate prices have definitely increased towards the side of St. Martin and Picado, where the players of Stalwart are there. We have Highvoltage DC. We haven't seen much of Highvoltage DC today and yesterday as well. So Highvoltage DC, they also are looking for a good game, and this can be a good game for them because yes, the circle is heavily favoring their drop location. But East finds a knock onto the players of MABETEX Esports. MABETEX again having a bad start. Kese has been dealt with. Instant confirmation is there. Even the players of Leo Esports, they do have a certain height advantage, uphill control inside the circle towards the side of Power Grid. But they also need to check their back because from backlines, the players of IHC can come in. Even the players of NB Esports are also trying to migrate inside the circle. They might try and contest the players of Leo Esports.
Regicide once again taking the slow and steady approach. I see on the map they're once again caught in the blue zone, and I personally am not a huge fan of these late game rotations. I mean, they have gotten a lot of points for themselves, but they should have tried to move in instantly, man. But they've already wasted a lot of time, and now for them to make it inside the circle this late, as I said, it's going to be a hell of a hustle. MABETEX, they've got a good area for themselves inside Picado. They can just sit around with I8 as their enemies, which is looking over them. And they have gotten a good control of the city for themselves. They are getting a lot of information secured. MABETEX, on the other hand, they don't even have the man number to play around with. So every single move has to be quite cautious one. And MABETEX is one of those teams that is in the mid-pack. A lot of those teams that we had heavy expectations from, they're not able to deliver in the first 2 games of the day 3. But we can't say much.
They have not been able to deliver. 100% agreed. Even the numbers advantage is right now not in the favor of MABETEX Esports. I don't know what is happening wrong. MABETEX, they used to have such a good, strong control in the map of Miramar. This drop location change, this rivalry against the players of Eliminate Crew, is it benefiting the players of MABETEX? I doubt, because see, right now only 2 players, Eliminate Crew, they do have the numbers advantage. All MABETEX can hope for a third party or find some opening onto the players of Eliminate Crew, but the way Illuminates are spread, the way they are covering all the major buildings, and Baron gives a glimpse to the player Woofies, but somehow he is definitely a one lucky lad.
Woofy should have taken his time. Now Baron's alerted. That could have been a free knockout for Illuminate Crew. They messed up on that. Patience lacking, and Woofy just gives it away. On the other hand, we're seeing another fight happening over here for NB Esports. They've lost out on one of their own. Oh, big names are taking massive hits. They need to find a sweet spot for themselves, tune it for their own good. as 4 Miracle Vibes. East is in the back lines. Look at the spread 4MV are having. They're quite spread apart from each other, but this is the way they like to play. Take as much as the area control you can. So that means you are going to be quite a confident bunch of players when you're going to traverse across that area. You've got Stalwart Esports 2 against Quantum Rage. This is quite an unfair situation for Quantum Rage, considering Stalwart Esports are the table toppers, or at least in the top 2. And then you've got a team like Quantum Rage is struggling. And Stalwart Esports, they're just going to keep on peppering it away. They're not going to let Quantum Rage get away that easily. There's a spots out the vehicle getting away, but he realizes it's going to be quite a tough one to find himself that piece of cake. So he's just going to let him slide away.
Yeah, the ridges are there that can provide necessary cover to the players of Quantum Rage, and making your presence felt for Stalwarts at this point is not going to be the ideal situation. Rather, just wait for Quantum Rage to be in such a range, or to be out in the open where they can fire the shots and take down at least one player from the moving vehicle. But on the other side, Highvoltage, they have opened things up against Illuminate Crew, where one player has been taken down. The confirmation has not been made, but DRS, being the king of the hills, do have a certain height advantage onto the players of again I8. At the same time, we have Quantum Rage also in the close proximity. So yes, there is a major cluster that is forming towards the eastern side. Everyone is trying to be the king of the hills. So only certain teams can rule those hills. But for now, the next circle shift at the same time, Necro is going to be so very crucial. If it goes towards the western side, the players of Leo Esports can benefit heavily. But if it goes little north, Stalwarts, they are still on the periphery. They are going to again find themselves on the best prime spot.
Yeah. I mean, look at DRS. They're currently in a pinch. They've got Aegon I82 right next to him, and then they've also got Quantum Rage right next to him. And DRS is right in between. Not a huge fan of this position, but for now, T2K against NB Esports. Finally, this battle is going to break down as Sanhok and Sandesh, they fall apart. Rig, the only man to go, but the MG3 is way too strong. The fire rate of this weapon is going to shred the opponents apart as T2K, they get themselves under control. They get this situation under control. Fistboy, the last glimmer of hope alive for NB Esports, and Rig was able to shut down both those players in the front. What a savior.
Definitely, Rig has saved the day. Now the players of T2K are again back in the form, but this grenade can be so deadly for the players of NB Esports if lobbed to the perfection. But unfortunately, the projectile is making, the rescue mission is going on, and this is a moment when T2K, they have to strike if they want to win this outnumbered fight. But the retaliation grenades are also being flung over by Mondo as Fistboy is going for the raise onto Sek. This is a battle of two grenades. And T2K, they could have been eliminated. This time Mondo was so very close.
The nade blew up right on top of their heads. It's tough to lob a nade perfectly in that little area. So Sandesh is going to be safe for a while. He's found himself that little, just a perfect edge that he's playing in. Taking a look at the kill feed too, you do see Illuminate Crew as well getting themselves, or at least getting their hands on a couple of more elimination points. And then you've got 72 getting challenged by another team in the front lines. Too many fights happening at the same time. And this is going to happen as the circle is going to shrink even lower. You've got teams that are trying to personify the perfection, while you've got some teams that are trying to hold their nerves with the guns. But still at the end, the victorious is the signature M416 as NB Esports. Both these teams, they're just playing it slow and safe. They know they're quite the vulnerable ones. And a lot of sound cues given away, that means there's a high chance that a third party might just be attracted.
They're cautious for all the good reasons. They do understand that their next circle shift is going to benefit their position. So if they manage to survive this thing, eliminate the entirety of either of the teams, or just hold on to their grounds, the next circle is going to benefit. They can rank up those elimination placement points. That is why we are seeing the slow approach. At the same time, both these teams are trying to propel themselves a bit higher in the overall, but IHC right on the doorsteps of 7th element, and 7th element quite vulnerable as a shot takes on one LX, but from the back lines, Demo comes in. and deals with him. 7th element, again a bad start coming in, something that is consistent with the players of 7th element that really need to figure out what is happening wrong on the other side. IHC, they're going to be pretty happy. Right in the nick of time, Alex has been saved and 40 points in the favor of team IHC. At the same time, IHC and Regicide, they are making similar rotation from northern front, but looks like a blessing in disguise comes for IHC as Stalwarts. They are dealing with the players of Regicide. One knock already being made, but Blizzard is trying to watch his 6 because from the backlines, Quantum Rage can be a threat.
Indeed, they can. I see. Just trying to get on top of the hill as you've got action peppering down the bullets in the front. This man wants some action. Just trying to bandage himself up. As you've got Regicide in quite an awkward situation. Only Smokes is the thing that's providing them cover so far. But that too, just that visual cover from the enemies. It's not going to block the bullets. It will pierce through. As we've got IHC in the front. Now they're finally starting to get, or at least break down the fight against their opponents. Zol is way too low. And also he will be taken down as IHC, even they're catching a little bit of return fire onto themselves. Godless as well, trying to fight against the players of Leo. But this fight is getting a little bit too awkward and out of hand for both these teams. They've taken equal amount of damage onto each other. Sus is still alive on the opposite side, trying to toss some nades on over. Deal a little bit more damage on the players of IHC. And as you can see, Demo is the last man alive, the final glimmer of hope. Leo, now they're having a huge man advantage. It's a 2-on-1 scenario. Slipknot could have been a casualty, was way too close for comfort. And finally, Leo, they wipe out the entire existence of IHC. And IHC, they're really not able to win these fights.
That has been a problem since a very long time. Since the start of the grand finals, IHC losing those 4v4 battles. They need to work on them. On the other side, Leo, well, they have redeemed themselves. Highvoltage DC this time, they do have a certain height advantage onto the plus of 4MV. And 4MV, Doc, the grenadier from the low ground, is trying to find some sort of connection. At the same time, clearing the path, checking the angles with those smokes and the grenades, in case if any of the player of Highvoltage is hiding over there. And Highvoltage, they can definitely capitalize on the information. They can grab from those big mountains over there. The circle is definitely favoring all these teams, but I wonder, Necro, if the circle takes a northern shift, the rotations are going to be so tricky for all these teams. Having a descent journey is going to be so difficult for the players of Highvoltage DC, but if the circle takes a southern shift, I'm very sure Highvoltage and 4MV, they are going to be pretty happy. But for now, DRS, they need to be the cautious ones, and so do the players of Illuminate Crew, because Highvoltage, they are in desert destruction. Heavy fire is coming towards the side of Illuminate Crew, where Nova X on a sliver of HP. He really needs to patch himself up. At the same time, from the backlines, MABETEX Valley can also do a lot of damage.
Classic Highvoltage, opting out for the high ground, as always. And then just raining down death and destruction is on your opponent. But you asked me a question, if the circle shifts up north, well, I mean, yeah, it will be a tough journey for teams to make it inside the circle, but more tougher than that would be to find yourself a cover. Before now, the circle is just going to shift right in the center. It's not going to go north. It's not going to go south in any other directions. It's just going to center on up a little bit more. Highvoltage on the top, having the high ground for themselves. They are being a huge thorn in the way for a lot of teams here. They're making sure a lot of teams aren't going to be held off at bay. TDK and even their opponents, this fight has been going on for such a long time, and we still haven't found the results from that fight. NB Esports, they're barely alive on the skin of their teeth. You've got MABETEX too, who are still up and alive inside the game. But as I said, for every single team that's currently inside this vicinity, a big problem for them is Highvoltage, and they will need to deal with this problem ASAP.
Oh, they have to deal, but right now, Illuminate Crew, they have to survive somehow, as Praveen from the uphill angle takes down Sky, but in good retaliation from Roofies with the mini tabs takes down Prabeen. Now Highvoltage DC, the confirmation won't be there for sure. Assassin can easily go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, but now Illuminate Crew will get a chance. They'll get the breathing space to transition themselves inside the circle, but they escape from Highvoltage, walk right in the path of T2K, but they managed to eliminate the entirety of T2K. Now only 11 teams left. Stalwarts also coming under heavy fire, but NBS wants Mondo with a perfect grenade takes on not just 1, 2 players of Illuminate Crew. The entirety has been wiped out.
Interesting. T2K being dealt with. But as I said, a bigger threat for them over here is another team that's exactly on top of them. And to deal with that, it's going to be a tough one. MABETEX, though, Wally's the last man alive. Burning torch still. And even he's getting pushed on up by the players. Leo and look at Liquid pushed up so close. Up close and personal. He wanted to, but Liquid gets dealt with. He caught a little bit of bullets on himself. DRS knows that Volley's right inside the compound. DRS will probably try to sneak in and aid as they do. The players dealt with. MABETEX being taken out off this game. A lot of big teams are taking massive hits, but DRS is still alive. And a lot of Nepali hopes as well with that.
Well, certainly they are still alive and they do have a good position. They do have the epicenter of the circle under their control. This can be a good game for the players of DRS. The grenades are definitely being flung over, but no connection whatsoever.
Speak about the connections in Assassin on top. Still just trying to scout out the areas. And Assassin just tapping away in the front on the other side. Not still able to find any sort of connections just yet. Highvoltage still on top of the high ground. They've got the Highvoltage. And 3 players alive. Look at Jiggle, just waiting for anyone to step in his crosser, at least in the line of sight, so you can mow him down with the spray. With the signature M416. Assassin, unfortunately, though, he's almost about to burn out of those armors. Even the helmet and the vest. And once those are broken, Assassin will be quite vulnerable to a lot of damage. So even Highvoltage, they need to be a cautious bunch of lads. The circle once again is going to shift on over right in the center. That means the teams that are currently on the edge for Miracle Vibes, Highvoltage, NB Esports, Aegon I, they will need to start making it inside the circle quickly enough. Highvoltage to mow down the lawns in the front is Sex found. And now you've got Jiggle in the back lines. Just jiggling around. His position's compromised, so Highvoltage, now they know. As Jiggle's position's known, they will need to pounce on their opponents as quick as possible. Straight up, they just draw the buggy as they run on over Mondo, and that's going to be it for NB Esports. Highvoltage, a clean sweep on the opponents. As I said, they need to make it inside the circle quickly enough, but then you've got team like Aegon Ayat who sniff the blood, who know there was an entire fight going on right next to them, and they want a third party and take advantage and get all the elimination points secured, as they're also going to run over their opponents.
For MV, they have been dealt with, and even Highvoltage DC, after having a very good run, they have been taken out from the lobby. 5 teams, 17 players remaining, and DRS, they can have a very good victory, if not victory, a very good run. 4 defeat points already in their favor. And DRS, like I said, they have always been the strategic team. They never go for the unnecessary aggression, but this can be a game for the players of Stalwart to lose. Look at the position. Yes, they don't have a good hard cover, but they have the majority of the real estate under their control. At the same time, Quantum Rage, the position I'm not very fond of. One single grenade in the direction and multiple knocks can come in. But DRS, they also need to watch the 6 because from the backlines, I8 can do a lot of damage. Ton a ton. Well, he has been dealt by tops with those mini shots. Instant confirmation is there. Oh, the confirmation point has been stolen by Leos over there. Stalwarts are not going to be happy at all.
Indeed. Speak about that, and now it's a complete silence all across the board. We're not really seeing a lot of movement. Teams are taking their time now, as almost all the teams have found themselves a safe spot inside the circle, other than Aegon I8. Still on the edge, looking to make it in, which they probably will slowly and steadily, but for doing so, they will need to wipe out the area which they're trying to take the control over. And for now, it's against DRS, as Killer YT's tossing the nade on over against his opponents, and he's also getting chipped up quite low, but those nades are at least able to find the sweet spots and take down the opponents. Another nade tossed on over. Killer YT doing a phenomenal job holding on to this compound. Also pulls out a shotgun in the close range, but it's a double barrel. You're not going to have a lot of bullets or shotgun shells inside the magazine. You'll need to make it count. And Killer YT gets knocked out perfectly. Played by Blade. Aegon I, they'll need to make some quick moves. They will need to make some quick hassles as Blade's trying to push on up against the enemies. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time left over. His team needs to take the area control as quickly as possible, because if this fight extends, there's a high chance the teams will be gathering, or at least they will be gathering a lot of attention onto themselves. But eventually, Aegon I, they take the area control in their hands.
DRS big blunders were made from their side. On the other side, Stalwarts, they managed to annihilate the entirety of Quantum Rage, and now Stalwarts are there, Rules all by himself, having a little small building for a hard cover. Again, excited, they were the impressive ones, the way they dealt with the players of DRS, but so many mistakes were made by the players of DRS. Leos, they are still standing strong, down to only 4 teams and 10 plus remaining. Stalwarts, this is their game to lose. The way they have the information onto the opponents, they have exact idea about the players of Leo Esports, Againx I8, and if they play their cards right, this time Stalwarts can go for a double chicken dinner, second chicken dinner as well. IC is keeping a close eye onto the players of Leos, but I'm worried about Rules. The nades are being flung over, but Rules is in a very tricky spot, Necro.
The stars are aligned for Stalwart Esports, and this is the exact moment Stalwart Esports was waiting for. And soon enough, as soon as Stalwart, they're going to start to move on over or even find a couple of openings against their opponents, this team will probably pounce on the enemy territory. So now the opponent teams that will be on the receiving end, just make sure that you're not on the receiving end and just try to play it a little bit safe and sound. Action! This could have been way too close, but at least it's still alive for now. Leo Esports, their position's known. They know that there's a couple of players in the front lines in the name of Leo, and you need to watch out from those, as Zeus is still trying to find those sweet spot. Eventually does. Nirzit found, but he ignores the left lines, and this is where IC is able to retaliate back. A good trade from the side of Stalwart Esports. Even the wall of death is now going to start to close on over, and Slipknot is the last man alive from Leo. Stalwart Esports, as I said, the stars are aligned. Even their opponents, 4 Miracle Vibes, which are in the first spot in the overall rankings, they've been taken out quite early off inside the game. That means this is a chance for Stalwart Esports to close on up the gap in the overall rankings if they do win this game out. But Aegon I, they're proven out to be a huge thorn in the way for Stalwart and their victory. But eventually, as they take down Uzum, now they've only got one more enemy to go in the name of Blade, and even he falls down to the wall of death. Stalwart Esports, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And what a way to get close to that first spot in the overall rankings.
They are still on the second spot, but slowly they are closing in the distance. 30 or 63 damage they were dishing out, and total of 20 points. Necro, yes, slowly Stalwart Esports, they are aiming for the top spot. 4 MB, they really need to buckle up, but Stalwarts, can they go for a hack trick?
Well, the question that even I'm wondering, and the viewers as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break, and you guys saw Stalwart Esports now on a winning streak. They've won 2 games back-to-back, and I'm pretty sure this is the way they wanted to start the day off, huh?
Oh yes, back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. They are aiming for that top spot in the overall ranking, and that is definitely going to help the plus of Stalwarts right now. Even the players
Yeah.
of Against IA, they had a fantastic run in both the games. The previous game as well, they did have good numbers, good total points in their favor. This time also, they came very close to getting that chicken dinner. If they had more real estate or more numbers in their favor, maybe they could have given a tough competition to Stalwarts.
I mean, this is a really good news for Stalwart Esports, considering, as I said, all they need to hope for is cross your fingers and make sure that 4 Miracle Vibes is not going to be there in the final couple of moments, because the consistency this team was showing so far, it was holding them on the first spot. But now that Stalwart Esports have won that previous game and 4 Miracle Vibes was nowhere even close in those final circumstances of the game, so that means Stalwart Esports should be able to at least close on up some sort of distance in the overall rankings, and that's gonna hurt 4 Miracle Vibes a lot in the longer run, because for them to make that gap once again in the overall rankings, it's going to be a tough spot. And now that Stalwart Esports, the beast have awoken, I highly doubt that there's going to be any games that's going to be let loose from this team.
Certainly, for MV, they have seen a certain downfall from the mid half of yesterday. That downfall is still continuing today as well. They were taken out. Yes, the first game was in their favor. The game so very close to getting that chicken dinner. They had the numbers, they had everything. Yet Stalwarts kept the patience and the composure. They got the chicken in the first one as well. This time also for MV, they were taken out pretty early in the game, but they need to back up. They need to have that thrown again. They need that chicken dinner as well. But big blunders were made from the side of DRS.
Yeah.
When Against IA, they pushed towards their side, there was no cover fire, no throwables, nothing. Individual players of DRS were picked off by Against IA.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, they try to push against the opponents while Egon I was trying to move in, and that's where things started to fall apart for them. We saw Killer YT trying to hold on to that compound, and I feel like if his teammates would have helped and pushed on up early enough, then things could have been a little different. You saw Killer YT chucking those nades in. He also found a knockout with that nade, but unfortunately, he just didn't have had his teammates' firepower to back him up, and that's why I guess DRS sort of fell apart in that situation. But I still remember how Highvoltage had that high ground advantage for such a long time, and they were just raining down death and destruction on their opponent, and that's classic Highvoltage for you. As we move on forward and take a look at the MVP, it's going to be in the name of IC from Stalwart Esports. As always, IC, man, this man is always there delivering for his team, be it in that role where he's not really exactly on the aggressive page, but sometimes he's there even on the frag numbers. You can clearly see 5 eliminations, 696 damage dealt. Nicely done.
Oh yes, IC was so fantastic, especially the way he was able to bring down the numbers of Egan I8, the way he was guarding the flank angle that could have come from the side of Leo Esports. He was the one who dealt with the entirety of Leo's. Along with him, we have Assassin from the side of Highvoltage, who did showcase a very good performance, 4 elims, 801 damage that he was dishing out. Even Highvoltage, this could have been a very good gameplay, but the moment the circle shift came in and Highvoltage DC, they started struggling. That is where they lost their numbers, but Blade was so impressive from Egan I8.
Exactly. Blade was always there in those fights, trying to keep his team alive. But hey, man, sometimes the circumstances and the field just doesn't play with you. As we move on forward and take a look at the match summary, you've got IC with the highest elimination points, Nirzed with the highest damage dealt, and then you've got Action with the highest assist. The first 3 are just taken away by Stalwart, but then you've got Regicide, Avenger just stealing it away with the highest healing done. As I said, Regicide, they're one of those teams that likes to rotate late all the time, and they did it this time as well, and even once again, it didn't really work out in their favor. So Regicide, the biggest downfall for them has to be that late rotation inside the circles. They need to cut out that time. They need to make sure that even they are the quick ones to make it in.
Oh yes, that has been a problem, because in terms of the firepower, Regicide, they have proved themselves in the PMPL Pakistan, where they got the highest elims. So Regicide, they really need to work on those rotations. At the same time, they need to feel confident. That confidence is missing from the side of DRS. That is why they were trying to shy away from those fights, holding on to their grounds. If DRS start engaging in fights at the perfect time, in good fights, so DRS can also stage a comeback, because only 10 games remaining. All the bottom teams, they have started feeling the pressure, and even the mid teams, they have started feeling the heat. If they want to see themselves in the top 5, they really need to buckle up, because not too many games left. And 7th element, the misery continues this time as well. They were taken out pretty early. Even the players of Magnus Esports, they were not able to showcase good performances this time again.
Yeah, I mean, look at these fights with the DBS. Shotguns in the close range just stinging your opponents. It's quite tough to deal with those, man, in the close range. That one single burst off that shotgun onto your face, and you're just completely done. These are some of the final moments that you guys saw in front of you as we're high voltage. We're sort of dominating from the top of that hill, but then later on, as the circle didn't really favor them, they needed to move out of their sweet spot. And then you had the final two teams alive, Aegon I8 and Stalwart Esports, and Blade knew pretty much it's next to impossible to pull anything off over here, so I might as well just sit on the other side of the wall of death and just wait for death to kill me. And that's what exactly happened. You move on forward towards the overall rankings, and you still see 4 Miracle Vibes on the first spot with 152 points, but look at Stalwart Esports, 149. 3 points difference. That's a huge lead being covered up by Stalwart. Massive one. Now 4 Miracle Vibes in the upcoming game. They know they're going to have that performance pressure.
Even again, I8 and Highvoltage DC, they have taken a jump of 3 positions and 2 positions respectively, and they are right now sitting comfortably in the top 5. Yes, catching up to 4MV and Stalwarts is going to be a bit tricky for T2K, Highvoltage, and again I8, but on the other side, I8 see the 4v4 fights, because the way they lost against the players of Leo Esports this time, that was a big shocker. But Leos, they were the aggressive bunch this time. They have taken a jump of 3 positions, and now they're sitting on the 10th spot with 66 points.
Exactly. Look at this. Even Leo, yeah, as you said, they've taken a bit of a jump for themselves with 66 points, and ITC is still on top of them. For ITC, man, I'm not gonna lie, it's a huge upset for me, considering we all used to look up to a team like ITC. We have been taking a look at this team for a lot of years now, and now that you're seeing a little bit of downfall, I won't exactly say a downfall, but that ITC is not able to perform to the fullest extent, it definitely saddens you a bit. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map is going to be a reset. It's going to be Erangel once again, so that means teams will be back on their home ground, on their home soil, to find out who's going to come through victorious once again. But there's a high chance Stalwart Esports might just steal the trophy once again and get that 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. One team has done it in the past. I guess Stalwart Esports would want to name that record on themselves, and Stalwart Esports are known to be the record breakers.
Oh, they can certainly do so, because the previous time that was not a hat trick. Yes, 3 chicken dinners were there by 4MV on day number 1, and Stalwarts are trying to stage the similar thing on day number 3 and reclaim the throne on the overall ranking. But that's not going to be so easy, because 4MV this time, any moment any team come close to the players of 4MV, they stage a comeback, they showcase a very high fragging game. And the previous Erangel, they came so close to getting a chicken dinner. This time 4MV, I think they are going to give a strong competition to Stalwarts.
Oh, I want to see a strong competition. I want to see a close game. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of supporters from 4MV, from Stalwart. They want their individual team to win. But at the end of the day, you guys are really watching this stream for entertainment. And the best source of entertainment is a close and a tough competition. And I'm pretty sure you guys will feel the adrenaline as well as the players do too when they're playing inside the game. So I personally want to see a close competition. I want to see even T2K chime inside the action and close the lead that Stalwart Esports and 4MV have got for themselves. And I want to see a lot much more closer the top 3 situations. But then, as I said, you also talk about the mid packs, and you can't rule them out just yet. They've also got a decent amount of games lacking in their hands, which they can try to recover. As I said, just recover. There's a high chance they're probably not going to be able to do so. The recovery might just fail in between, but you can always try. Never give up is something I learned when I was a kid, right?
Speaking of entertainment, what can bring entertainment? T2K Esports, Stalwarts, and 4MV, all 3 teams in the city of Pochinki. That is going to give some entertainment. Yes, that's not going to happen at all. Not even in my dreams that's going to happen, because all the 3 teams do realize what is at the stake. So still, we can hope for such a thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, why not? You might as well start targeting some teams. Now, teams that are completely on the bottom, I'm saying by like 16, 15th spot, you can start targeting, I guess, if you do want to. And that would definitely spice things up, because they know they've got nothing to lose over here. You don't even have a lot of games to recover yourself all the way to the top, so you might as well try to spoil some games and just add on a little bit more spice over here. But ladies and gentlemen, I've got someone else joining me right now on the casting desk, and it's going to be Fixes. Fixes, welcome back, buddy. It's been a while since we've casted together.
Oh, it's been a long while, my bud. brother. But yeah, I was watching all these matches from the backlines, and seems like Necro, the past indeed is repeating itself. Kind of takes me back to the SA final days when Stalwart did something exactly like this. I think the way this tournament began, the grand finals, we kind of thought that I don't think for Medical Vibes is going to face any competition after how they dominated day number 1. But seems like it is Stalwart doing what they've been doing for quite a long time. And today embarks the day where they might potentially just take over for Miracle Vibes.
And I guess there's a reason why they're called the gods of SA, right? We used to call them the gods of SA.
Surely.
But then when we saw 4 Miracle Vibes for the first time, we thought that, okay, we found a kryptonite. And yeah, they are still here inside the run, trying to prove themselves. But now Stalwart Esports, they're getting way too close for comfort. 4 Miracle Vibes, they need to make sure that this game right here, they're not making any sort of human errors. Because if they do, well, you guys know Stalwart Esports are pretty much going to take on over and claim their throne. You guys saw the plane flat path 2, and the circle is completely on the opposite side. That means some teams will be thrown out of their comfort zones.
The tables have clearly turned, right? There's no second guessing it, and now the onus has sort of shifted to the players of for Miracle Vibes, who apparently have been struggling a little bit, and kind of this is what haunts you towards the end, right? You've been starting off this tournament in a brilliant fashion, and suddenly you are on the cusps of getting overthrown by your nearby competitors, and it's again Stalwart Esports at the end of the day. But coming back to this particular game, now this is a very interesting circle that we get to witness. I think after a long time, now something's gonna cook up around maybe that Lumberjack Hills area, or maybe towards Lipovka. We've got a lot of ground around Mansion. Yasnaya looks a little far-fetched, but this is one of those games where I would want to see teams like maybe NB Esports capitalizing from early on and getting some good points for themselves.
That's true. NB Esports is one of those teams that is trying to pounce on the opportunities, so there's a high chance they probably will do so. But maybe the fairy tale as well for a couple of teams that might just come true. I'm talking about Leo Esports over here. They have been trying their best, and to be honest, the consistency from them is there. You're seeing them being alive in those late game stages, but they're just not able to convert that into a victory. Maybe that's about to happen right now. The circle is completely on the opposite side, though, so it's going to be a little bit a tough spot for them to reach on over towards that. But fixes. I was having this full-blown conversation about MABETEX Esports, right? Last year when we saw them inside the PMPL, this team was struggling so much. But now considering they're in the top 5, that's a massive improvement.
Even I'm surprised as well, I'm not gonna lie, because the moment we saw this team during the SA finals or during even the league stages, they were kind of struggling, right? And suddenly it seems like that little break during when we had that little bit of a hiatus before the grand finals begun, I think they made the maximum work out of it and have improved by fine margins. And I kind of like what they're doing right now, what they're putting up on the table every single game. You can see that consistency coming out of them. Now, when you look at the players, it's kind of a culmination of experience along with younger talent, younger blood, who are yearning to prove themselves. Even for the rest of the players, the veterans also, it's kind of their redemption arc that is going on, and I'm pretty pleased with how MABETEX have been playing. Whilst coming back to this particular team, Aegon I8. I must say, Necro, they've been quite erratic, right? There have been days where they kind of go out, get those chicken dinners, and then there are those matches where they kind of fall off pretty early.
The pattern overall, it's quite unrecognizable for Aegon I, and that's something they will definitely need to work on, find that sweet spot for themselves, that tuning that I was talking about. A couple of tunes here and there, and this team will be there on the top contenders. And at least today's day, Aegon I hasn't been doing that bad. They have been able to wrap up a couple of points for themselves, and still they've found themselves in a decent spot. Being in top 5, I would say not bad. Definitely a way to start off the day, but you need to make sure that you're wrapping up up those points. And well, this is the moment where you can try to do that. 7th Element pushing up against Aeon Iot as they start to fall down instantly. The volleys are now going to start to hit the floor as 7th Element, they found themselves in quite a shaky spot. Aeon Iot closing on up inside this compound, and well, T24 is in quite an awkward position. Gets pushed on up by a lot of players, and Aeon Iot really hungry for blood, looking to pounce on the opponents.
This is again
Wow.
history repeating itself, Necro. 7th Element, they seem like to be the vice for Aeon Iot every single time, attracting them in a really weird manner as Aeon Iot vying for their revenge as trades keep forthcoming from both the sides as Tokusaurus seems to be the final player alive, comes out of his cover, sprays down some couple of bullets, but it is going to be Blade who gets the final laughter. And that being said, Aeon Iot have done it once again. They have taken down 7th Element for good.
Yeah, but still, that was way too close for comfort, though. Aeon Iot could have lost that battle. In the end, they only had Blade alive. That single man saved the day for this team, and now that Aeon Iot, they will need to continue this journey with only 3 players in the front. It's going to add on to the difficulties even more. As we said, as the games are passing on over, you're going to have the pressure some mounting on top of you, and now you're going to have the pressure even more. Speaking about that, man, I'm not going to lie, Fixes, as I said, we have been looking at IHC now. It's been a couple of years, and seeing this team not do this good inside the grand finals, it really hurts you to the core.
Oh, I mean, it certainly does. To the point where you kind of aren't really pleased with what they're doing, right? IHC, they've been struggling massively with trying and getting some good position points. I think the core issue is with how the callouts has been. Of course, the IGL change has been quite bitter for them to adapt and adjust to. And this is one of those reasons when you can look at the roster, right? You've got the likes of Godless, you've got Demo, who's been such an amazing talent. But what are you going to do with that raw firepower if your callouts aren't the way they were supposed to work like? So yeah, IHC kind of dealing with the brunt of it. And let's hope that there's just a better tomorrow, because this tournament by far I can say it's not going to be theirs. I'm pretty sure it's going to be somebody from Stalwart or for Medical Vibes.
Yeah, next to impossible to convert it. NB Esports, we had to talk about this team. Currently, they found themselves in a bit of a sweet spot. So at least they're inside the circle, right in the smack center too. Even if the circle takes a shift away from them, it's not going to be that far away. Speaking about Illuminate Crew, they're quite in the close lines as well. And even Illuminate Crew, they have been showing some glimmer of brilliances for themselves. So hopefully, inside this game, they're able to recover back and at least they get a fair amount of chance to strike back, because they're currently in the 13th spot. And definitely speaking about the past of this team, I did not expect them to see on the 13th spot as well.
Yeah, especially, when you kind of take a quick gander at the SF Finals results, right? This was one of those teams that was competing for the championship trophy. And suddenly, you see them struggling like this. And Sek, he's not playing in his natural element. The players don't look comfortable. The structure of this team has fundamentally changed when, this is one of those teams that used to play a lot aggressive. Suddenly, they're kind of going in for possession. Suddenly, you see them reluctant in engaging in fights. And there have been those games, if the circle favors them, they get some good results. But when it comes down to, taking down fights right in front of the enemies, that is where they kind of are falling apart.
And definitely, that's where you need to at least try and strengthen yourself. Before now, okay, we're seeing the rotations being taken from a lot of teams, and this is where probably a lot of fights will start to occur now. You do see Stalwart Esports actions all the way in the front, a man who's scouting out the ways for his team, and his team in the back is slowly and steadily moving up forward, but there's way too many teams that are quite next to him inside this rotation pathway. But so far, in the first 2 games, Stalwart Esports, they haven't been making any mistakes. All the time, they found themselves on the right side of the bed, and I'm pretty sure this time, it shouldn't be anything different. But the middle of the circle is stacked up with quite a lot of teams, and if you are going to try to traverse through that, oh man, you might just find a lot of bullets onto yourself, and that's what exactly is starting to happen.
Ooh. With fire and action. There you go.
Yeah.
This is again one of those outcomes that you would not want to possibly see if you are a Stalwarts fan. Of course, tried to go in for that early rotation, and seems like they got overwhelmed. Losing out on action is like dropping out of your primary assaulter, and that's gonna hurt Stalwarts a lot. At this point, it kind of the onus again shifts down to players like Nerzed and Top. And Top hasn't been having the best time in the tournament so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still on the frag board, he's still getting a lot of eliminations, but not the like of performance that he had displayed. But hold on, we've got a fight amidst us. The UF seem to be in a bit of a pickle over there, as Joker has been taken down. And that's for good. I don't see anybody nearby him.
Oh no.
Come and get the rest, but Falak, I see, just from the sidelines, trim him off, and yeah, he lies down on the ground, pleading, yearning for help, but nobody to respond.
Third party strikes again, but this time it's in the name of IHC. TUF, they're trying to make it back to the safety, but now I8, they're going to meet against the players of Highvoltage. Once again, this team is able to get some sort of succession in their hands. Jiggle instantly falling back after he tastes that sweet blood. And Aegon I8 outside the game. Early exit for that team. We were talking about this team and how they can try to find themselves a sweet tuning, but oh man, the circle is now really starting to stack up with a lot of teams, and you need to book yourself a ticket quick enough, because you can see a huge wave of vehicles and teams is already starting to move inside the circle. IHC2 looking to take a couple of shots on the opponents. They know there's at least a couple of players in the front lines, and that is in the name of TUF, still trying to find that last man surviving.
Oh, certainly. And at this point, where we are at for Miracle Vibes, might just take a few pot shots. Did indeed connect this time around, as Jiggle lies down on his knees. As Highvoltage DC, they need to cut their losses and make a quick escape out of there. But seems like for Miracle Vibes, they're hunting for blood. Prowling, chasing down the players. Assassin might just be next as E steps out of his buggy. Decides against taking shots, and will eventually focus on getting a good position inside the circle. But taking a look at this situation, all the major points have been already taken, which I guess for Miracle Vibes have realized. They know they're late to the party, and they cannot just instantly do something like Stalwart did. But hold on, we've got another fight. It is going to be TUF taking on Illuminate Crew.
Oh, and you can see I8 instantly just pushing themselves in the defensive stance. But they're also catching a bit of hurt from the back lines, and it's IHC once again. This team is just thirsty for those third-party actions, and TUF getting helped on over once again. Luckily enough for them, that IHC's got their backs unknowingly. And TUF, they're going to be thanking IHC, that's for sure. But somewhere on the other side of the map, you see another fight proven up between TDK and Quantum Rage, if I'm not wrong, where Siog is just tossing on the nade on the top of their opponents, and they're falling down like flies.
Alright, now, considering how the situation really is, NB Esports find themselves in a really good spot over there. And considering these are the edges of around the city, I think even if the circle goes a little bit north, I don't think they're going to have a lot of issues in doing so. But if it comes down to Yasnaya, it's party time for them. And NB Esports, lately, the way they've been playing, there's something quite anticipated, right? They have taken a lot of ground over there, even the likes of DRS. I mean, Necro, we haven't had a lot of discussion around this particular team. PMGC #2, and suddenly over here, they're fighting for mere 5th or 6th spot. What a mighty fall has it been for the Giants.
But Fixes, let's be honest, we have seen some sort of like a little change in the PMPLs, right? Especially when it's a slot for PMWI. We have seen different results. And then when it's a slot or when it's a run for the PMGC, things have been quite different sometimes. Teams, we've seen some different winners, and this is really starting to boggle my mind. This is exactly the same thing happened last year as well. The team that we expected to be there or to be at the top in the PMWI were not really able to perform that great, and then in the PMGC they were certainly able to perform to the limits.
There are a lot of factors involved in a team's performance, right? Right from how their mental fortitude is, and it's just about, again, at the very end, at the very core, it's in the world of PUBG Mobile, it sometimes also comes down to luck. If the circle favors you, if you are kind of enjoying your rotations, if you are getting those kills, then you're in luck. But for now, Roshan, alright, gets picked off from elsewhere. It is going to be Zyol who gets the knock, and the finish is going to be done really soon. As IHC, they look overtaking the spot of the King of the Hills. As one after the other, they're taking down bodies. And for good, as for Miracle Vibes could just be next on their radar, as one of their players already being dealt with, as MABETEX just chime in, as Leona picks a quick knock on Zyol. And this is the cue where for Miracle Vibes, they're going to make their moves. They realize that IHC, they're in a world of hurt. Zyol needs their res, and this is the time where they could just, clinch in a one spot around, the top of the hills and maybe do some damage. But Noki was watching every single maneuver, and he was there to cut it off.
Nicely done. 4 Miracle Vibes. Look at East. All by himself, still knocked out. Seems pretty unrecoverable, to be honest. I'd see they're catching a lot of hurt onto themselves, and somehow the player's able to make it out alive, at least for now. 4 Miracle Vibes, they find themselves in quite an awkward situation, barely on the edge off the safe zone. Oh, the Molotov and top even from the back, this man's able to shut them down. 4 Miracle Vibes, as I said, an awkward position, not working out for them, and they fall down, they fall apart. Not a good news considering they're almost about to lose out on their first spot. They needed to stay alive. This game meant a lot for them, but Circle screwed up a lot of things for them.
Oh, it certainly did. And this is one of the circles that we can say is pretty uncommon, if not rare, but I'm enjoying this. It's kind of bringing that fresh breath of air inside the lobby. You know, I was done and I was kind of bored of seeing all those certain circles, those Katka ones. Yes, Niam one might just stir things up a bit, which it already has. You know, the big favorites are being taken down early. IFC still down with their onslaught. Highvoltage DC could be next up on their hit list, as Prabeen has shown himself, as Godless just cooks the grenade and will throw it his direction. Connects. As now, Highvoltage DC, they are going astray, completely looking distraught as Assassin comes chiming in to aid Prabeen. But that does not work out, as Godless, he has instantly cooked up another one. Will lob it as at his direction, and there you go.
What?
Zyol getting the knock as Malik just rolling under the flames. And that marks the end for Highvoltage DC. I do not know what was going on in their heads, but surely they aren't right.
Yeah, they were like, flip it, we don't care anymore. And Malik is just like, all right, I'm going to add the cherry on top of that push. And man just straight up yeets himself inside the Molotov. Oh, man, interesting push, but definitely quite definitely an entertaining one, that's for sure. But we've got Leo all by himself, a player from that team. Needs to make sure his position's not compromised, that's for sure, considering he is the lonely man inside the team. If position's given away, teams will probably try to get their hands on that free elimination point right there. His teammates are quite spread out, though. And we've seen in these type of spreads, if the man who's spread out, if he's taken down, things will start to crumble down for yourself. So the man who's spread out, he needs to keep his position anonymous. And that's what he's doing so far. MABETEX on top of the hill, they've got a nice high ground for themselves, but they also need to make sure that they're converting it into some sort of success.
For sure. I mean, at this point, he really does have a prime position, but MABETEX, like you said, is just around the cliffs and on the precipice, taking down a lot of players over there. IHC could be next. As one after the other, the bodies are starting to fall as DRS get the better out of TUF or whatever remained of them. As I kind of like that split going on. Wally, he's got a different angle, and I think MABETEX are showing interest in dealing with IHC right now and then. As Sipian, did he just self-nade himself?
Unfortunate stuff for him. MABETEX, though, still just trying to rain down death and destruction in the opponents in the front. They know these are going to be some free points if they're able to successfully get their line of sights on the opponents, and that's what they're trying to do. They're also trying to push on up against the enemies, as I'd see they're getting peppered and chipped away with quite a lot of HP. Volley in the close quarters, trying to deal a lot of damage in the opponents. Also tosses on a nade, and the nade's not going to be able to find the exact mark, but Volley, instead, he catches a lot of damage onto himself, realizes even the wall of death is now starting to close on up, so Volley needs to reposition himself quickly enough. MABETEX, they still do have the high ground advantage. This is something that has given them a lot of vital information.
Oh, indeed it has. You know, at this moment, see what can they make out of it. Leona, another interesting prospect as DRS, one after the other, they're just wiping the floor, taking down teams for good, and seems like they want to get a chicken dinner for themselves. At this point, just playing around the southern edges, MABETEX still find themselves in a pretty good spot. Sparran, locked and loaded, he's got his eyes set, slithering slowly, closing in on that distance on Alex. Has he heard him? That's the big question, as Leona has that aerial advantage, and anybody making any sort of intervention, he is going to be there to cut it off. And IHC, they have to rethink their moves, but seems like they want to change their plans up a bit, because as you can see on the top right corner, circle has shifted. Now suddenly Leo find themselves in a really good spot.
Circle's no one's friend, but at least for now it's proven out to be Leo's. It's quite out in the open though. To try and find yourself a good spot to play around with, you wish you've got a vehicles. That's the only way you're going to be able to find yourself some sort of cover and play behind it. But for now, you've got IHC2 making quite an interesting rotations, as two of the players are moving all the way deep against MABETEX on the top, and while the rest too, they're just holding down the back lines. Interesting stuff from IHC. I really want to see how this one's going to pan out for them, considering they're having such a massive shift, or at least such a massive spread in between them. Two players all the way on the left, at least trying to take a fight against the players of MABETEX, and the rest too just watching out the back lines.
Oh, now this is gonna hurt, especially for DRS. After what they have been trying to accomplish, a lot of finishes, you know, quite out of ordinary for DRS. They'd been enjoying their sweet position around the edges of Yasnaya. And as we know, these circles kind of tend to get out of the city, and these teams are having a tough time dealing with that. As Nirzet lies on the floor, I don't think there's going to be any backup, as Baron spots out Alex just under him, and does dish out some good amount of damage, but I'm pretty sure he's going to patch himself up. As Tops, he's also fallen down. Stalwart slowly but surely starting to lose out on numbers, as IHC, they're adamant, they're determined, they want to take this fight against Leo Esports, and would want to take this objective for themselves, pick that good spot, and they enjoy some cover, as a grenade has been lobbed over at Liquid's direction, as IHC just making sure they got the backline secured, as Liquid, he's making his move. He does not want to be a part of this.
Liquid trying to go and spot it, trying to play under the radar, but is not going to be unspotted by the players of MABETEX. Gets taken down instantly as Little Glimmer spotted out. Quantum Rage in the backlines, and that's proven out to be a huge point of discomfort for IHC. And they're being quite paranoid over it too. They will need to be. That one single man can always be a huge spoiler in the sport. Need to watch out for those snakes. And Goku is one of those, at least for now. IHC, considering they have all the players alive for them, this is definitely a huge moment. If they're able to convert it into a victory, the fans are definitely going to be quite surprised and happy at the same time. But then you've got a team like MABETEX, who is above everyone currently inside the game with the high ground, who've got so much information that they can rely on. It's going to be tough to deal with that team. Goku spotted out, so at least that's a good news for IHC. They're not going to be backstabbed anymore. Oh no.
Aww.
As soon as I say that.
They seems to have been cursed over here. But, you know, this is something that IHC can still afford, right? Just losing out on one of their players, as Demo gets the better out of the final play of Leo Esports, and they are done for good. As Demo needs to patch himself up as Godless comes into the aid of his fallen teammate over there. But right now, the circle seems to be favoring the lads of IHC. And, after scoffing at them for so long, seems like this chicken dinner could potentially be theirs. As you can see, Stalwart, the body language has sort of changed, right? They're no more wanting to kind of go in for a lot of kills, a lot of fights, but rather they're focusing on good, decent positioning. And considering the fact that they've gotten the top 3 spot and have a few kills to their name, seems like they've taken over the first spot. Seems like that for medical vibes might be dethroned as Nerzed goes falling down as Godless sort of manifests his past demon. And IHC, this is now their game to lose.
Oh, I was about to say you can never count out Stalwart Esports, but then that happens. And they just get counted outside the game. Still a decent ending for that team. 3rd spot, consistency carried on forward. The momentum is still swinging for Stalwart Esports. As you said, there's a high chance they've probably taken on over the opponents. And they're probably going to be holding down a throne right now in the 1st spot in the overall rankings. We'll be able to find that out once we take a look at that soon enough in the future. But for now, this is going to be a huge fight between MABETEX and IHC as they've got 4 players alive in each side. MABETEX, you've got players like Baron Volley. We've seen these players in the past. They have been one of the most experienced one as well. And then you've got IHC too, who has been struggling inside the grand final so far. IHC, they're going to be sweating it out to win this fight. That's for sure. They need something. They need at least one good game in their hands. And so far, it seems like that's about to be here. Kase falls down once again. MABETEX Esports, for IHC, a huge opening's being found.
For sure. I mean, at this point, look at MABETEX. They're kind of scattered apart, but the worst part is that they're on the lower grounds, and that sort of enables the players of IHC to just go ham at their direction. As you can see, those grens are being flung over. Leona, he is a dead man walking. For sure. Still somehow finds that little room to keep himself alive as Kessie, inside that murky smoke. The moment it sort of dissipates, he's going to be exposed to a lot of artillery barrage coming in. But for now, IHC, they're still trying to find the players, find that slight angle, maybe thread the needle over there. As Godless kind of going a little sharp on the edges over there, trying to find Leona maybe. As MABETEX still hell-bent on trying to secure that one knock. There's still a 4v4 as Baron gets spotted from the far of lands as Godless opens it up, followed by Ziol getting another finish over there. But Alex, he's been traded off.
Oh, this is a tough one to recover from for MABETEX. There's a wall of death in the back, but at least the traits, they're exactly on the point. It's a 2-on-2 scenario now, where IHC, they've got the 2 of their own, Ziol and Demo, and 2 to deal with in the front. Pulls out the Groza, trying to do something over here. At least that one single frag can change the entire course of this fight. And this is what Demo's here to find out. Leona way too close for comfort, trying to get up close and personal. Demo repositions himself, but gets spotted doing so. And Zol trying to get the trade, but MABETEX, they play that perfectly. Trade game playing out in their favor. And MABETEX, they get a chicken dinner in their hand. As I said, I wanted to be the top 5, a little bit more closer, and that's what they're here to pull out.
Oh, certainly a chicken dinner that we kind of did not expect, as, you know, the players of IHC just took over. That MABETEX kind of holding off really well towards the end. It was a perfect culmination of a nice defense and then followed by a good offense, as a result of which MABETEX have gotten them to the 3rd spot. But for now, we are going to be continuing this discussion, but after this short little break.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And, well, even though you guys saw the winners in front of you, MABETEX, you still gotta say that Stalwart, they had the consistency flowing in their favor, and probably they have taken over the throne as well. But you can't deny the fact that the last fight was sort of in the favor of IHC, and they were not successfully able to convert that.
Yeah, I mean, it just came down to the end, but what that sort of were unable to hit the final nail in the coffin, right? A few mistakes, however, being made over there, where they kind of decided to take over those left inside areas, right? Instead of just kind of trying to play around the depths, kind of felt like they were a little impatient. Should have held on a little bit longer, should have focused more on those, early initial pickoffs, because every single time they went in for a knock, they had one of their players traded out. Till the point, I think MABETEX, they were sort of on the defensive side. They had their guards raised, and towards the end, we could see, despite having that cross on Zol, he kind of messed that one up, and MABETEX made such good work of that, and as a result have secured the chicken dinner. But it was just not about MABETEX and IHC's fight towards the end, right? MABETEX was one of those teams right from I think the second or the third zone. They had held on to such a good spot, sort of kind of denying all these teams trying to enter in. They had that little bit of a mid-battle with IHC even before, but it had finally come down to the final showdown. But the MVP, Necro, it's gonna be Zol. 6 eliminations, 763 points of damage. This man never goes out of form.
Nicely done by Zol. IHC, that's the classic team for you. Aggression is the name of the game for them. That's what happened in the final moments too. And well, there you go. 6 elimination, perfectly done for Zol. And you gotta say, right, IHC, they had everything. You mentioned this. They had the zone. They also had the high ground advantage for them. Pretty much they had all the stars aligned. But then in the end, as you also mentioned this, the impatient nature that the players of IHC have, and that's why things just didn't pan out in their favor. Moving on forward and taking a look at the player focus, you've got Demo 2 there with the eliminations of 3 on the board for himself, and top as well from Stalwart Esports, who was able to perform. Unfortunately for Stalwart Esports, they lost out on a couple of players right off the bat in the initial stages, and that's why they were just not able to convert that into a win. As I said, as soon as I saw them rotating inside the circle, the rotation in itself looked quite sketchy, and we pointed that out too.
Yeah, I think they were kind of a little bit concerned regarding not getting eliminated pretty early on. Surely Stalwart made some hasty moves that did not work out in their favor, right? Initially, we just saw Stalwart, Action losing out on his life while trying to get inside the circle. That is not usual Stalwart, right? What Stalwart does is kind of thrives around the edges, and they wait for that perfect circle shift. But still, nothing much to scoff at, because gathering 9 points from this game, whilst their nearby enemies have gotten just 1, that is for Medical Vibes. Seems like we've got a new leaderboard topper.
Exactly. I mean, let's see, man. Overall rankings, considering now for Miracle Vibes know that their throne is being taken away by Stalwart Esports, this is definitely going to be a massive shocker for them. But still, speaking about the difference or the points difference they're going to have in the overall rankings, it's not going to be that massive. Look at this. It's not that big. It's easily doable for 4 Miracle Vibes. They've lost out on that spot, but this is where the real struggle begins for both the teams. For Stalwart Esports to maintain that first spot and keep on gaining the points lead, while for 4 Miracles to make sure that Stalwart Esports is not running away with the lead. And then you've got MABETEX Esports, who is now back inside the competition in the contention for the top 3 spot, which seems a tough one, but definitely doable if they keep on performing the way they did in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 105 points, almost around 50 points separating between the top 2, and this is one of those tournaments where it's like winner takes all, right? As Stalwart Esports for Miracle Vibes do have such a commanding spot. Now, that huge difference for MABETEX to fill up, they have to move mountains over here. As we kind of head into the second half of the overall standing, looking at a few unwanted suspects, I think Magnus Esports has to be one of many, because Magnus Esports, this is one of those teams, I think maybe after Aegon I8 or Query, Magnus Esports in the past had played really well, and this has been a huge fall for them. And even for 7th Element, I think they've got some sort of a personal rivalry going on between Aegon I8, because they've constantly been forcing those fights. Sometimes initially we saw them catching Aegon I8 off guard, but later on, once they got conditioned, I think Aegon I8 have been doing pretty well. But this game also did not pan out the way they had anticipated, because of course they did manage to get a few eliminations. But whilst they were rotating, that is where IHC made good work of them.
I mean, I8, luckily enough for them, 7th Element, just right off the bat, they decided to crash their vehicles in their compound, and they got eliminated instantly. So, I mean, they pretty much got blessed with those points right there. But in that fight, initially they lost out on one of their players, and that proved out to be a massive hit later on for them, and they pretty much were handicapped for the rest of the match. Then you can take a look at for now in the schedule, and we are going to move on forward towards the map of Sanhok fixes, which means the aggression and the action's going to be amped up a little bit more, and I'm a huge fan of Sanhok. You know that. I love the map of Sanhok. This is going to be quite an incredible one. I just can't wait to step foot in that one.
As much as I love it, I think the teams kind of have the exact opposite emotion, right? It's so dreadful at times, and lately with Sanhok, we've been having some really weird circles, right? It sort of begun with this the grand finals, where we had those western circles constantly hitting us. But then yesterday we had some circles kind of going down below from Painan, and today is one of those days. I'm kind of anticipating, maybe hoping to see maybe a northern or a northeastern circle and something to happen around that, because the Erangel that we just saw right now was impressive with how the circle was constantly keeping the IGLs into thinking where it is going to end. And MABETEX and IHC, they were definitely a cut above the rest. The way they approached the circles, it was not just like they were hiding or something. They were getting a lot of fights. They were getting a lot of kills to their name. And towards the end, it had to be one amongst the two, and it was MABETEX that managed to just clinch it away from IHC.
And I was also having this conversation with Shadow, right? Considering not seeing Skylights Gaming in the grand finals, it definitely stung me a little bit, right? They used to be some of the top contenders in their region, and now they are not in the grand finals of the SAC. This is definitely a huge shocker for a lot of the fans, and even for me. I mean, what were your thoughts when you found that out?
No, it's a reality check that Skylights Gaming needed, right? Ever since Carlson departed, the team hasn't really looked the same, and it's just not about that. I feel like they've taken things for granted. Because honestly, if you look at the facilities that Skylights Gaming enjoys, I barely think anybody in Nepal does have that much, right? And all they needed to do was live up to the expectations of their fans. But seems like they're kind of on the same path that BTR went down, right? There was a moment where, I mean, if you're comparing with BTR, and when you take a look at them, BTR still managed to be dominating the world scene for like 2 or 3 years. And then with Skylights always getting into the GC, and suddenly you feel like the hunger has sort of gone away. It kind of feels like a mundane job for them right now. I think this little bit of an awakening and a little bit of a trigger over here should be enough so that the next time they maybe come out during the NS, I hope we see something better out of them.
Yeah.
But that being said, we finally get into Sanhok as the flight path trajectory over here. Necro doesn't really matter. Everybody gets to drop down on their favorite drop location, and it's just all about the circle, because the circle gets so important. And with the recent updates, of course, Necro, gone are those days where we kind of hope or start counting on those first hits, because you're not gonna do that over here.
Oh yeah. No chance for you to do so, man, considering now the damage being ticked up a little bit. This is a good one, right? Considering, I mean, back in the time when you had those heal battles for yourself, so a lot of teams, their main initial playing structure on this map used to rely on that. And now that you don't have that, so... Man, this is definitely going to catch a lot of teams off guard. And considering they have been playing that one, so I really am interested to know what sort of changes they have made in their playing style. That now that feature's not available. But Jiggle, oh, he falls down to his death. Not a good news. Man's knocked out, trying to crawl back to safety. Definitely 7th Element have seen the kill feed, and they probably know that there's one player knocked out.
Oh, alright, so again, we go. Fights happening left, right, and center. And 7th Element, they've been the chaotic elements inside this lobby, right? Every single time they come into play, they're causing mayhem somewhere or the other. Instantly start poking the other teams and head in there. This time they've got the bigger Nepali Sharks, right? Highvoltage DC, one of those teams that was enjoying a really good position, now do not seem to be in the same case. But for now, 7th Element, they need to understand that this moment is going to be pretty crucial for them, especially when they need to kind of get their loot done and start rotating, because this is looking like one of those centralish circles, maybe just towards the eastern side of boot camp, and certainly a boon for Stalwart Esports, especially when they have kind of taken over for Miracle Vibes. Now this is where they can further look at bolstering up that lead and creating a fine difference between them and the latter.
Illuminate crew, though, in front of us. And for now, teams, like, you see them instantly being readying up. They're just watching out their surroundings. You never know. Sanhok is a map that hits you with a lot of surprises, so you better be ready as soon as possible. Speaking about Stalwart Esports, as always, they like to drop right in the smack center of the map towards boot camp. That's what they're ruling towards. Usually they had this like a structured rotation pathway for themselves, where they would take the hill next to the boot camp area control, and that's what exactly is happening right now too. But the rest 2 players are still inside the boot camp taking their sweet time, so let's see how it's going to look like for the rest of the teams that will try to close on up towards them. And for now, it seems like it's in the name of Leo. Slipknot in the clotheslines, just up inside that shack, making sure the position's quite anonymous, unknown, trying to not get spotted by the players of Stalwart Esports. If he does, then things will fall apart onto him.
Looking at current transgression that Illuminate crew are making, certainly close in on the distance against Magnus, as the vehicle sound is just echoing through the jungles over here. As now Viper decides to lob a few grenades right at Zipian's or fastest way. It seems like Zipian might just be on the receiving end of it. A Nepali and a Pakistani showdown, we all love that, as Master slowly but surely kind of creeping in, getting in closer to the players of I8. Viper, he's unaware. He's coiled up, but is he ready to strike as Zen gets picked off by Sky25, which sort of embarks the beginning of this fight, as Master just trying to close in onto its Woofus, but Woofus gets the better out of him. And there you can see the DBS in action as Magnus, they are kind of losing out on numbers. Zen, the final member, surviving, and somehow he clutches it out. along with Finny. What on earth just happened?
What? I did not even expect that result. I thought Illuminate would be able to win that fight considering they had a two-man's advantage in that fight in itself. They had all the 4 players alive and Magnus had 2 players down. And then that happens. Tables being flipped within an instant. You blink it and you miss it type of a moment. Finny, he got 4 kills all to himself. It's a 1-on-4.
Another display of DBS absolutely just breaking the game. And yeah, needs a nerf for sure. Send it back to where it was. Send it back to the drop loot. But for now, NB Esports making sure they capitalize on the situation. Just getting in a little bit closer. Have gotten a pick on Magnus and maybe would want to get fewer limbs to their name. Still a lot of distance to be covered though. But NB Esports certainly starting to close in.
I mean, oh man. I8. I'm just surprised. Still not able to wrap my head around that fight. What exactly happened? You just said, yeah, DBS, the raw power of that gun is incredible. And look at Mondo just crossing out in the open. This man is a madman, does not care about the world. He does not care how many bullets are going to be in his direction. Still just bobbing and weaving, using that tree as a cover. And he's already crossed on over to the other side. And now is looking to take a fight against the entire team. Mondo, you madman. Should at least try to stick with your teammates. And still is trying to reposition himself, find himself a better angle on the opponents, while the rest of his teammates are now going to start to cross on over on the other side of the road too. Interesting stuff that Magnus Esports will now need to deal with. And NB Esports, this game plan is quite a crooked one.
I kind of like Magnus's positioning in this, considering they've got 2 players stationed on the higher grounds. I think they're going to spot out every single move that NB Esports are going to be making. And now this time, Mondo does have some support. And what NB Esports are trying to do over here is try and isolate Finny and just try and push over at his direction. A few smokes could just get the job done, could hinder Faster and his teammate to try and give that cover fire, but did not, just decided to run rampant. But eventually had to pay the price. This is where Finny comes out of his hiding, maybe lobs a few grens and applies that extra little bit of pressure, and could be a dunk, but no, it missed merely by centimeters.
Oh, could have been a good one. Really close though. Still not pushing out of his comfort zone. Finny taking his time. They know they're underneath the house, but eventually they get taken down. And look at the cover fire. It's way too far away. Sek is way too far away from his teammates. Finny's still providing those smoke grenades to get the fallen comrade back up, and he should be able to do so. Magnus Esports, they're playing this fight quite nicely. NB Esports, they're crumbling down one after the others. The bodies are hitting the deck. And Magnus Esports, things are looking nicely for them. Finny just racking up these numbers one after the other. This man is doing a fantastic job behind his team's success.
Beautiful display of patience over there from Magnus, just waiting for the opponents to try and close in. And NB Esports getting a little too impatient, a little too overwhelmed, thinking that this fight is going to be easy. And it turned out quite bitter for them from here, as Magnus have taken prime control over this location at the very least. But taking a look at the circle, Hecro, it still looks to be one of those hybrid ones. And bear in mind, we did get to witness one of those zones ending just between that western and the central island, just in that little area that we have. And could be one of those games, certainly can be one. As Aegon I8, they decide to close in on their Pakistani brothers, as Faster, he must have heard all that vehicle commotion that Uzum has been making. Quite a lot of noise pollution in the jungles, as Aegon I8 slowly and steadily closing in on the distance, as Uzum finally decides to kind of close in, as Faster just Now hiding, one with the nature, just waiting for somebody to be opened up, exposed, and that's where he strikes.
Hang on. 4 players in the front. Once again, catching a bit of hurt. Sen was the man, able to chip away some damage on the opponents. But from that, I remember NB Esports' situation once again. The last player, which is in the name of Sek, all by himself. And NB Esports, the series of pain continued for them. Magnus, though, they were also able to at least shook away I-8 for now, but I-8 still, they've got their hands on that mountain, on the hilltop. The circle centers on up a bit. Still, Boot Camp is in contention of that circle, and Stalwart Esports, they've got a high ground inside that circle too. So once again, a massive chance for Stalwart Esports to have a good positioning and also convert it into a victory. We're not really seeing a lot of fights proven up for now, and as soon as I say that, the kill feed is starting to hit up.
It's just the calm before the storm, isn't it? I mean, at this point for Stalwart, what are the win conditions going to be? They will have to deal with Leo Esports sooner or later. They will have to take over those hills, and if they can manage to do so, then that is going to pay off in dividends. Slowly going to taste that, that victorious chicken dinner. But for now, faster spotting out Sandesh. They'll just open up on him. As now T2K quite wary of his position as he breaks free with the DBS. Still manages to get one, but is instantly traded off as Magnus will have to commit in this one.
But at least it's a 2-on-2 now. The man advantage has been taken away from T2K. 2-on-2 scenario. At least one more player needs to be taken down to find any sort of result. Even Finney's taken down way too low, but this man is so deadly with this gun. DBS in the hands of Finney, it's a deadly combination. A Grim Reaper indeed, just ripping through his opponents, and Jane in the front, just creeping and crawling his way. On the other side of the map, you see another fight proven up between 7th Limit and their opponents. Before now, this fight between Magnus Esports and T2K continues as Zen gets third-partied from the back lines. Once again, the playing field's equalized. A one-on-one situation, and Jane runs away for his life. Does not want to face Finney at all.
He has no business. In fact, focuses on getting Soyog back up. Just kind of strengthening the numbers as Finney does have that slight indication. Maybe a thought going on bottom of his mind as one after the other. The T2K players, they're getting back up. Soyog still has a DBS. It is a fight between the shotguns, but Finney prevails supreme as he keeps on punishing players after players, taking down bodies for fun. As he wipes out yet another squad. 8 eliminations already to this man. Oh my goodness.
Crazy stuff. Okay, I understand the gun is just overpowered, but then you've got a man like Finney who combines it with perfect movement. And then it's just unbeatable. MABETEX Esports for now against IHC. A good spray down. Able to mow down Saul. And also will probably get the confirmation onto the fallen player. Maybe not just yet. Still able to stay alive. Wally not able to find that sweet spot under the fallen player. But it's completely fine. MABETEX Esports, at least they're able to shook away IHC from that spot. They've also got that elimination confirmed. That means they've got a little bit of area that they can play around with. A safe zone that they can call. Leo and Stalwart Esports, this two teams have been right next to each other since the start of the game. And even now, they're right next to each other. But as you said, soon enough, this silence is going to break into chaos.
Oh, it certainly will. Some point or the other, Stalwart seem to have taken over the hills. Really good news for the Mongolians, but they really need to have to watch out for maybe for medical vibes. Who might be in a little bit of a situation over there. As Leo Esports seem to have spotted them first. Few pot shots taken in their direction as DRS come marching in. On the doors as Refuse barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Needs to run back. As for medical vibes are aware of a team right behind them. And this is not good news for Medical Vibes.
Oh.
You know, they're just spiraling down as Killer still wanting to hurt right at the injury for Medical Vibes. Apex in a really bad spot, Necro.
Yeah. Oh, these nades really do make me quite anxious. And finally, it just blasts right on his face as Apex gets blown apart. Some more smoke grenades to try and cross on over. Apex should be able to do so successfully before DRS. They need to find some more picks, and as soon as I say that, they do. 4 Miracle Vibes getting picked apart one after the other. These nades are really starting to dig their graves. Another man falls down, reviews the last man alive to do something. Pushing up with the DBS against the opponent as Rules got his hands on the UMP so far. Trapped inside the building, there's another fight happening on somewhere on the map. And this is just way too chaotic. This is what happens in the final moments of Sanhok. Finally, another nade will seal the deal as DRS, they claim victory over 4 Miracle Vibes.
You can sense the fear starting to creep in on for Miracle Vibes. This is not them. Surely they aren't playing their natural game over here. Struggling so much, and Stalwart, they're going to be enjoying every bit of this moment, every bit of this game, as this could be something that Medical Vibes pulled off in the first day. The third one might come in for Stalwart. They've got every piece exactly where it has to be, and all they have to do right now is just hold on, ensure that nobody's getting up the hills, and try and get as many finishes as possible. Stalwart, they have been playing quite defensive up until now, but this is surely where they start unleashing themselves.
But keep in mind, being on the high ground can also mean being the center of attraction, and that's something you don't want to beat. MABETEX, they've spotted out the players in the front. Quantum Rage is the name. A senior still just behind the cover. Baron looking to find those sweet toes and take him out of the game, because that's the only line of sight so far he's found himself. DRS, Stalwart Esports, Leo. It's a love triangle. But no one is deciding to take the move first. Everyone's nervous.
Surely they will have to be, right? Especially as we're kind of approaching the end game, right? Just a couple of matches remaining today and 6 tomorrow, as now this is where the kill feed starts dancing as IQ gets the better out of one of those players of Highvoltage DC. Prabeen biting the dust as Uzum has fallen courtesy to Assassin. He's been spotted out right now. No more of those shenanigans. Has to get out of his cover. Needs to do something as Aegon IA trying to close in from multiple directions. As Blade will have the final laughter. As Highvoltage DC, they're out of the servers. Aegon I8 seem to survive somehow. Thanks to Stalwart Esports and their little intervention. But now, Quantum Rage seem to be bringing on the heat on the players of MABETEX.
Stalwart Esports still just against the players of MABETEX in the front. And they're quite low. Making sure that he's also taking out the tires of the vehicle, so they're not going to have any fast way out of that situation. Icy being a cruel man. At least for now, Stalwart Esports still being in the center of the zone, having the perfect spot for themselves. The stars are aligned. It feels like they're destined to win this game. For them, it's a date with destiny. But for the others, they will need to deal with the team that's having a good time. And Stalwart Esports just tapping away against MABETEX. For Stalwart Esports, it's all good in the hood.
Yeah, I think this should be in the bag. I don't see a world where they lose this one, especially knowing Stalwart Esports. They started off this tournament, they were looking a little rough. It seemed to be the case that they have polished themselves, again proving why they are the best team in the SA region, as now Quantum Rage just trying to push in on the players of Leo Esports as Tantanatan gets traded off as those grenades keep on coming. Helsi, barely alive, has nothing really to administer himself, as now will have to go in for those revives, maybe beg for those first hits. But look at Demo, just creeping, crawling, maybe spots him out. could take him down for good. Has a few kills to his name. Senior has gotten down already, but Healthy! Oh my goodness, how was he even breathing as Leo Esports get the deed done? As somehow they've just managed to take down 2 squads in quick succession.
Nicely done. Demo try to be that snake, wanting to bring a little bit of surprise element to the game. Stalwart Esports against the players of DRS. So far, the accuracy with the nades, with the utilities from DRS has been exactly on the point. So you do not want to be on the receiving end. Leo Sus found. Not a good news for him. Taken down, knocked out. Stalwart Esports trying to find an opening against their opponents. At least that one frag, that one opening can put a lot of pressure on them. But not able to find that sweet opening just yet. But at least they're also guarding the edge lines of the zone and making sure it's not going to be an easy passway for the opponents. Avenger tried to do something, a desperate move, but now is way too low. Found himself right in center off the opponents in a death trap. Looking to break out of this deadlock seems next to impossible, but even DRS, they're losing out on the players of their own, and within a blink of an eye, you'll see DRS being eliminated outside the game, and Regicide now trying to turn the tables against the players of Stalwart. They've also got the Wall of Death moving in from the back, chipping away a lot of damage onto themselves. But Regicide, they need to make something happen out of this one. Something out of nothing is the way to go.
Alright, Nized barely in those final moments did spot Avenger up and instantly goes for a quick retreat. Trying to recuperate, trying to sort of get back into the previous default positions. Now they look a little bit clustered up. Realize that they're going to be fighting on multiple fronts. It's better to have your teammates nearby. In case one gets knocked out, the other shall get the trade as Regicide and the players of Leo. They are posing a lot of threat, but Stalwart seem to be very well equipped to deal with Leo Esports as it comes down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be Stalwart and Regicide in a 4v3 rumble, as now Roshan trying to find a little bit of an angle over there, and so is Vaz. But Stalwart still enjoying a prime locational advantage to themselves.
Regicide will need to get back in the swing of things. Will need to spring themselves to life inside this fight, considering they have a man disadvantage. And Regicide, they're trying to do anything possible. Look at Stalwart Esports. Slowly and steadily, they're creeping and crawling their way up. Trying to get real up close and personal to the opponents, as Icy on the top is able to also get the confirmation locked up for his team. Regicide, last 2 players left and alive. And now you've only got that one last man on the naughty list, and even he's been taken care of. Stalwart Esports, a 3rd chicken dinner in the day. This team is making it look way too easy.
And suddenly they look nigh unstoppable. The way they are playing, the way they are, taking over the circles, the way they're positioning, everything seems to be, coming real for them. Their stars are aligned. 14 elimination chicken dinner, and they will be looking strong at the first spot. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after, we have a lot to talk about this matchup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. But what a victory for Stalwart Esports. They go from terror to fear to find that sweet relief, but their opponents never stand a chance against Stalwart Esports if they are in a full force once again.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect run of form that was needed from Stalwart by their fans, and they seem to have delivered. Better late than never, and seems like there's going to be that stark difference now starting to build up between them and for Miracle Vibes. Forget about the team on the 3rd spot at this point. But what a game it was, right? Especially how the circle favored them. And the best part, you know, I felt the moment they took over those hills, they took over that guard tower, that game was theirs. And all they had to do over there was defend with all their might. I loved how they kind of, you know, regrouped together towards the end. They knew that they're going to be trying to take fights on multiple fronts. So it's better to take one fight at a time. But when you are looking at Magnus Esports, it is going to be finisher, Finny, whatever you call him. He's woken up 8 eliminations. And I'm pretty sure at least 6 or 7 of them have come courtesy to that DBS.
Exactly, dude. 8 eliminations by himself, and most of the time he was just able to single-handedly wipe out squads all by himself. At the start he got 4 kills, then later on he was also able to wipe out another team. It's just some incredible stuff. Let's move on forward and take a look at the player focus, and you're gonna have Icy with 6, Action with 4, Nirzed with 4 of his own. For Stalwart Esports, they did not do anything out of the box. They played their own basic game. That's their playing structure. That's what they like to do on the map of Sanhok. Once they do drop on boot camp, the next move they do is take the boot camp hill control, and that's what they exactly did. Nothing out of the box, some basic gameplay they played, and luckily enough for them, the circle is also favoring them over and over again. But the way they adapted to that as well was quite nice.
Yeah, I think, you know, we did get to see a lot of fights, and Stalwart, I think, were the late bloomers inside the game. Almost around the 4th or 5th circle, they hadn't gotten a single finish, and suddenly they got online, and you know, it was just bodies falling down. Being the king of the hills, they kind of utilized it into their advantage. But talking about a few other fights, we will get to that. But right now what we have in front of us is the match rankings, where Leo Esports, yeah, they're kind of on the climb, right? Still managed to get that 2nd spot over here, as Magnus will enjoy the 3rd, because look at the eliminations. Despite having not even a single position point, they look really good. Agonite still in the middle of things. We haven't seen them really exploding, have we? But if you talk about big disappointments, surely for Miracle Vibes has to be one.
Oh yeah, even TDK, considering they're in the top 5 too. For Miracle Vibes, TDK, even MABETEX, these type of games are really important. Considering it's the 2nd last day and now you're not going to have a lot of room for error. Oh boy, these upcoming 2 games, you better make sure that these are going to be the flawless game of your lives. But these are some of the moments where Magnus Esports really came through shining. They sort of dismantled TDK over here. I mean, not they. Finny himself just dismantled 2 teams in the front with only that one single weapon in the hand in the name of DBS. And you know, even TDK, you can't really blame a lot to them, right? They needed to push on up against Finny and try and do something, and while they try to do so, Finny used to peek out and get those kills easily in the hands.
I'm still about to digest how for Miracle Vibes kind of went down so easily like that.
Oh yeah.
Especially, you do not see them running away from fights. They are literally the harbingers of death, and now this is where Stalwart Esports seem to be steamrolling their way through. 182 points secured. And this is massive for Miracle Vibes. They really need to wake up. They really need to come back. Otherwise, things are definitely going to turn sour for them. As MABETEX, 109 points. But Highvoltage DC and Agonite, I8, have made quite the climb, along with DRS, as IHC and T2K. They're starting to slip up on spots. But look at the difference. It is so minuscule at this point.
TDK dropped down so low. They started off the day with top 2. They were in top 3. But then this is what happens. All the way down to the 8th spot. Oh my god, TDK. That's gotta sting. And let's see, well, how the recovery is going to be like in the upcoming 2 games. As you said, there's not a lot of difference until the top 3, so you can definitely make it there. But if you do move on forward to the 2nd page of the overall rankings, even NB Esports, they've experienced quite a massive fall.
And for NB Esports, what they did in Sanhok was quite unnecessary. I mean, they wanted to capitalize Magnus being kind of weakened, as they had lost one of their players, and well, the push, I do not know what was going on in their heads. And I'm telling you, I'll be honest, one smoke could have, solved everything. Lack of information and their acting. Without that, I do not know what the call out was from the IGL, but certainly it should not have gone down the way it did. But when you take a look at the other teams over here in the overall rankings, kind of really surprised that, NB, they kind of are struggling. But along with that, Magnus, yes, some good points. But yes, for all you fans out there, this is a chance where you can get your favorite team participating in the PMWI, as we have one slot from the South Asian region and one from Pakistan. All you need to do is get the voting done, and the team with the most votes, they will play in the 2023 PMWI All-Star stage.
Exactly, a massive opportunity. So as Fixer said, just make sure to go on ahead and vote for your favorite team. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of fanboys over here with their favorite teams, and I really would like to see what teams I'm going to see personally in the PMWI from South Asia, because this is where we are really here to find out which team will be truly victorious in the world too. And Fixes so far, 4 Miracle Vibes, things been slipping away from their hands. Not a huge fan of that. Hopefully they will be able to get something done in the upcoming 2 games, because you never would want to push things to the last moment, right? If you're going to push things to the final day, you're going to have so much pressure onto your back, considering it's the last day, and you need to make sure that every single step you take has to be perfect. So you need to make sure these upcoming 2 games, you will need to count them.
Yeah, I think, at this point, for Miracle Vibes need a hard reset. I can see that fear starting to creep in, take over them, and now they're sort of second guessing their abilities. They need to understand they are the Grim Reapers, right? They are the 4 deadly horsemen, just galloping through the valleys of the maps and just wiping down every single team and annihilating. They are a force of nature, and seems like somebody needs to remind them that once they get back into their old groove, I'm pretty sure, they're going to take a lot of teams for a spin. But the question is, will it happen tonight? Because like you said, Necro, not a lot of matches remain, right? And now we're kind of down to the single-digit numbers, right? 2 more remaining today, 6 more tomorrow. And, with Stalwart having the 30+ points advantage, and they looking so strong, so solid, I mean, for Miracle Vibes, it is going to be such an arduous task to try and accomplish. And this has always been the case with them, right? Even in the SA finals, it was quite similar occurrence that happened. Stalwart, they were kind of on the back foot, and suddenly in those final 2 days, they come out and do the impossible. And for now, they kind of have been doing it every single time. They give you those hiccups, they give you those heartbreaks in the start, but they somehow make up for it, taking the championship home.
It's like they give you a false sense of security that, okay, I'm ruling the charts, I'm doing pretty fantastic, there's no way anyone's going to be able to steal that throne away. And once you get way too comfortable on the top, that's where they start coming for you in the final moments, and then you're just completely surprised, you're panicking at that moment. And that's what is currently happening with 4 Miracle Vibes. They've realized they've lost the throne, they know that now they need to get the throne in the back, and as you said, you can clearly see a little bit of state of discomfort from their gameplay. So hopefully they're able to reset over that. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we're talking about only Stalwart Esports and 4 Miracle Vibes is because at this point in time, the top 2 are way too far away from the rest. And this competition is pretty much for the first spot. So these 2 teams are way too close for each other. And any of these teams, if you're able to pretty much just make a comeback for 4 Miracle Vibes, there's a chance they can move on forward to PMWI. So the main spotlight has to be on these 2 teams.
Eventually, as the matches are starting to fall short, we kind of see the Mongolians starting to take over, Necro, because at the start of the day, it felt like the teams like T2K, they were still in the mix of things. Highvoltage DC, they were doing pretty good, but MABETEX getting 1 chicken dinner, Stalwart already getting 2, and the third one also coming in. I guess so far it's been a Mongolian evening, a Mongolian domination. Surely somebody needs to respond back. And is it going to be the Nepalis? Is it going to be for Miracle Vibes kind of trying to inch in the gap? Because at this point, they cannot afford to fall. Because like you said, I kind of feel like, they might have gotten a little too complacent. But now that Stalwart Esports, what they have done is play the best PUBG Mobiles of their PUBG Mobile of their lives. And again, they've been doing the same, right? When you kind of compare how Stalwart were in day number 1 to right now, currently, you will see a massive difference between them. And you can see them early on making those really rookie mistakes, and you kind of start questioning, why is Action doing that? Why is he in that spot? What happened to Top? Where is he? And Nirzet, the ever-reliant player, and he started falling off, but suddenly they are, they kind of fixed every single errors that they were having, those small mistakes that caused huge ripples. But now Stalwart, they look ever so solid. I do not see them falling down from here.
Yeah, it feels like in the initial days, they're just trying to measure the playing field around them, and once it's done, they start to spring themselves back in life. But fixes, what has happened with 4 Miracle Wives is they have sort of tripped over their own shoelaces, and let's see if they're able to buckle up well enough or not.
For sure. As that was all from Necro's side. Thank you so much, buddy, for joining us. It was an amazing time with you. But right now, we have got a sweet Shadow coming back in. So, Shadow, tell me about For Miracle Vibes Fall, because I certainly seem to be not able to digest what's going on right now.
Early elimination from the side of 4MV, something definitely unheard of, but they really need to find their old confidence back, otherwise they will start struggling. And with only few games left, specifically with only 8 games left, 4MV can't afford to lose their confidence at this point. In this Miramar, they have to stage a comeback because the point difference between Stalwarts and 4MV is already too high. And speaking of 4MV staging a comeback, let's see if they will be able to do so or not. On the other side, talking about MABETEX Esports, well, last time in the previous Miramar, they went towards the southern side of Los Leones, where Illuminate Crew tends to go. But this time, MABETEX, they're resorting to the old drop location that is going to be towards the northern side. Even Quantum Rage, talking about this team, Quantum Rage have been showcasing a tremendous improvement as compared to day number 1 and MABETEX Esports. Had they gone in again towards the southern side of Los Leones, they would have been rewarded by the very first circle. But I'm not so worried about MABETEX. They know how to play around these circles, they know how to approach these kind of circles, what sort of rotation path to opt for. So in MABETEX, they are going to be pretty comfortable. But talking about 4MV, this can be a very good game for the plus of 4MV, considering the circle, considering the drop location from Chumasera. If they head over towards the southern side of Los Leones, if not southern side, at least they are not in the congestion. So many rotations are going to come in from the northern front, and 4MV, they don't have to deal with so many teams at this point. They are definitely in a good spot. And speaking of good spot, even the players of Highvoltage DC, they are in a good position. On the other side, Stalwarts, well, they might have to engage in too many fights. And well, when you engage in too many fights, there is a chance, there's a possibility that maybe you can lose some of your players. So that is something Stalwart Esports really need to think about, really need to ponder. And speaking of Magnus Esports, even they're not having the best of the time.
Now, tomorrow is going to be absolute bloodshed, especially Stalwart. They for sure have a bounty on their heads, and For Miracle Vibes will have to come up with some sort of strategies to take them down, and they will have to do that quickly. If it comes down to the fact of them trying to cut their rotation, they will have to make some, really drastic, they will have to take some drastic measures. But taking a look at this particular circle, Shadow, it's gone down a little bit towards south, Los Leones. We kind of expect, La Bendita, even where is somewhere around Picado and around those Picado hills also. And look at how the teams are already starting to swarm in, trying to migrate down south quickly. And Aegon I8, they kind of enjoy themselves ever since they've kind of given away Los Leones. We've seen them kind of drop down on towards Impala. They kind of try to play around the edges. I think Aegon I8's Miramar games have improved. I think yesterday they managed to get one chicken dinner out of it.
Oh, not just Miramar, I think their Erangel has also improved. The way Aegon IA, they are picking those 4v4 fights. They're always so very what should I say? They're always so aware of their surroundings and everything. So again, XIA overall their performance has drastically improved, and the previous Miramar they came so very close to getting a chicken dinner where Stalwarts had the numbers advantage and more real estate under their control, and Stalwarts capitalized. But again, XI8 might be looking for a revenge in this one because the rotations are definitely going to be good. The southern circle is going to favor 4MV, and again I8 both the teams, and 4MV they really need to find their old confidence back.
Oh, they certainly have to, don't they? At this point, for medical vibes, they have choked, in situations like this in the past. But surely they will have to remove this tag, and I think they'll have to figure it their own way. Do they get back their old days of going all out, exploding, and relying on getting those big elimination points, or is it going to be the new way that they have sort of started, going with, and did work out up until the point that Stalwart seems to have found the fix, right? Three chicken dinners in a day, and a humongous lead has been toppled over by them. And for medical vibes, seem to be quite exposed, quite vulnerable. And of course, they've lost out on the first spot, and now the distance seems to be kind of increasing by every single game. So this is one of those games where they need to redeem themselves. But apart from that, this is one of those narratives that we are having. But apart from that, we've got quite some competition for the third spot between MABETEX, Aegon I8, Highvoltage DC, and you can get in DRS and IHC also into the mix. And I must say, IHC has also, made a lot of improvements, especially after their rough start into the finals. They are doing pretty good.
Oh yes, match number 15, they got 13 finishes in their hands and good placement point. The game so very close to getting a chicken dinner. So yes, IHC finally they are able to find their feet, but they need to maintain the consistency because like you said, the matches are very numbered. On the other side, Magnus Esports, they also had a good game in their hands, but the team that has showcased tremendous improvement is going to be Aegon I8. They have been having a very good run in one of the game. They got 10 finishes. The previous one also, they got total of 9 points in their favor. So yes, Aegon I8 might try and topple over T2K because T2K not having the best of the time. The way they are engaging in fights right now, they're trying to pip a few bullets towards the side of DRS. Speaking of DRS also, in the previous Miramar, DRS, they also came very close to getting a chicken dinner, but the synergy was completely missing. When again I8 pushed onto their compound, the players didn't provide any sort of cover fire. They were just holding onto the grounds and waiting for the players of Again I8 to push and annihilate the entire team one after another.
I think it's just the pressure that's starting to speak and starting to take toll on all these players, right? At this point, they will have to understand they'll sort of have to surpass it. The biggest fears are in the heart itself, right? And once they manage to do so, I think that's where you see the best out of these players. But for now, a little bit of a kerfuffle between I8 and T2K. Illuminate Crew Viper already starting to lob a grenade, cook it up, and thwart it at Jane's direction, just trying to force him out. But instead, what I8 have done over here is they've gotten outside the compound. They realize that T2K, they look to be a little pushy over there. They want to sort of begin this fight. It's better to kind of recollect your forces, get them back. As Nova, now this is not what they expected, right? Nova to be going down like this. Sky needs to buy some time as those grenades keep on coming. It is going to be an artillery barrage as T2K, they are looking to find one more knock, and if they get that, they will be doing it. And now Wolf is trying to redeem himself, has managed to find a knock and will be looking at the second. But Rig, no, this man, he is in a good run of form and he makes sure he gets some valuable knocks for his team. As now Illuminate Crew almost on the cusps of getting eliminated. Nova and Viper somehow keeping them alive as Sandesh, the messenger of death, just comes pouring in. And T2K, they kind of get their numbers back. So do Illuminate Crew in the process, as now they need to patch themselves up. But T2K won't let that happen. As the dust settles, Illuminate Crew, they have bitten the dust.
Oh yes, definitely. Eliminate crew, they have been eliminated, but T2K, the way Rig and Sandesh went for the flank angle, they had all the information onto the players of eliminate crew where one player was already down by the grenade. So yes, T2K, they perfectly capitalized on this fight without losing any player. But on the other side, we have the players of Highvoltage DC, and they're trying to pip a few bullets on, I believe it was Leo Esports. But now Highvoltage DC, they have to prioritize the circle because the circle has taken a sudden shift, and it is highly favoring the players of Againx I8, even the players of 4ME and TUF. They are in a decent spot, but Stalwarts and all the other teams who are coming from the northern side, they have a very big journey ahead of them.
Oh, this is one of those circles that I kind of sinfully enjoy, right? And just when we were thinking that this is going to go a little towards north, maybe towards La Bendita or towards the Picado Hills, it goes all the way down south. And maybe this is just exactly the luck that for Miracle Vibes needed. Because Stalwart, they're going to have such a tough time trying to get inside the zone. And if for Miracle Vibes can put a halt, put a stop at them right then and there, I think, and then maybe get a chicken dinner, they might just get right back into the top spot. But, that is again our forecast, that what we are thinking, as DRS seem to be getting a little aggressive. Now, Demo, he's on a frontal battle against rules as the IGL gets the better out of the Assaulter and he goes falling down, but the trade-offs are coming in and suddenly DRS just wiped the floor, and that's all she wrote for IHC as they have been buried 6 feet under shadow.
Something IHC didn't anticipate at all, the way they were holding on to the angles. DRS capitalized, having the perfect side peek onto the players of IHC, especially Godless, and no throwables were invested. But IHC, they were not prepared for this fight, the way the players of DRS chimed in. But with that, DRS, maybe they'll be looking forward to have the complete Eastern control under their favor. At the same time, Magnus, they have been forced to opt for a different rotation path this time. They heard all those gunshots and they realized directly heading inside the circle is going to be a bit risky. So DRS, they still have a good hold onto the eastern periphery of the circle. And MABETEX, again, beautiful rotations coming in from the northern side.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, MABETEX, they kind of are taking their own sweet time, right? They realize that it's better to let all these other teams just kind of swarm inside the circle, keep your distance off and get in and sort of try to clump yourself inside the zone once you feel it's absolutely necessary. As Stalwart and Highvoltage DC seem to be a little bit of a standoff over here, as Assassin just trying to tap those shots in the dark, hoping one might connect, just tapping inside the smoke, but seems like he has no idea of where the players of Stalwart as DRS kind of keep going on with their onslaught. Now this is really a different DRS that we're getting to witness, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to enjoy what they're doing over here. Quite aggressive. Delta closing in on the distance against Faster as he looks to be defending over here as those grenades are being flung, and there you go, the trade coming in as Faster trying to hold down the fort. Yante, not at the best of HPs, needs to patch himself up as Rules prepares and cooks up a grenade to lob at Faster's direction. As Killer, he is also going to be joining the pack, but that won't be needed as the players of Magnus are getting dealt with one after the other. But still, the threat looming right over their head as one of the players is still alive. He was trying to do something gun over there, but no, has been denied as the DRS get the second squad wipe in real quick succession.
100% agree. This is a different DRS, and this is something their fans wanted to see. The aggression which they are bringing, they have managed to wipe up 2 squads without facing any casualty. But right now, Highvoltage DC, they need to be the cautious ones, because at one side we have NV Esports, other side we have the players of Stalwart Esports, and the way Malik and Assassin are walking, they can walk in the clutches of Stalwart, so they have to be very careful with their rotations. On the other side, 7th Element, they also not able to have the best of the time in the grand finals. Right now, the team that is in the crosshairs are the players of DRS, and at this point, 7th Element, they don't want to poke the bear, because DRS, yes, they are vulnerable, not too many players left, Only 2 man standing from their side, but still the momentum is going on for them. So 7th element, they need to be cautious.
They have to be. And 7th element, you know, they've been the boys of chaos. They really love to do that. Really like spoiling other people's streams. And seems like DRS could be next on their list. As Killer, he's pretty much done for. Yante, he's got to make his escape. And 7th element, happy with what they've gotten. DRS absolutely weakened down. As for Miracle Vibes, are they aware of Malik's presence over here? This could go on to bite him. And in the deserts, we have those rattlesnakes. And Malik certainly seems to be one of them, as Apex has no clue of the danger looming right over his head. Might have had a little bit of an idea of where Malik could have been. Malik still having that grenade, decides to hold it for now. As stops, he's getting picked off by H2SO4. And Stalwart, they are looking a little exposed over here. Already down to 2 players. They need to get those important revives. Or maybe they're out of options. And this is the game where for Medical Vibes really have to get themselves in. As Highvoltage DC, Malik and Apex, any single moment they might lock horns against each other. And that is certainly going to be feisty.
The amount of teams present on the western side is not looking an ideal position for the players of Highvoltage, especially the way the segregation is coming from all the 4 players. At the same time, 4MV, they do have information onto Stalwarts. And this is what I like about 4MV, the way they capitalize on the information. There is no half-baked fight that comes from their side, but East finally finds IC and takes hefty HP out of him. But for now, IC is safe. He needs to patch himself up. At the same time, East is also getting shots from somewhere else. The little bit of the ridges and the dips are helping East as he's closing in the distance towards the side of Stalwarts under the supervision of his teammates. But only 2 players are there, and Stalwarts, are they prepared for the players of 4MV? I don't know.
I mean, at this point, well, it's very difficult to say. Because now it is going to come down to this and refuse. He might have done it. Doc instantly getting that elimination, and now Stalwart are just down to 1 man standing. And for Miracle Vibes, know the importance of this moment. They know the gravity of the situation. As IC starts cooking up a grenade, as so does East. As for Miracle Vibes, just trying to spread around like piranhas in the ocean. As IC, oh my goodness, just gets centered and will be boarded right to the grounds. As now for Miracle Vibes, realize they're not out of harm's way. Just as of now, as MABETEX slowly but surely are starting to close in on the distance.
4MV, they have to do something, because this is going to bring an opening for the players of 4MV to reclaim the throne in the overall standings, with Stalwarts getting elimination. But MABETEX Leona, he went too near to the players of T2K, get punished. At the same time, Kese has also been dealt with. On the other side, 7th element dealt with the last player of DRS, and DRS bids bye-bye on the 12th spot. Look at the rotation that is coming from the side of Sandesh with that vehicle trying to lure the players of MABETEX out, but Kese and Leona begging for help, begging for a revival. That is not going to come, because the 2v2 split which MABETEX were having, well, it backfired. It went against them, and T2K, they are going to capitalize. Instant confirmation point has been made. At the same time, T2K, they have also been very impressive. Not today, but yesterday.
Yeah, I think T2K were really enjoying themselves, especially the young lad Rig. He's one of those veterans, though, has been in the squad for quite some time. Has been delivering on multiple fronts, right? Whenever you need him. The first 2 days were so impressive for T2K, but seems like they look to be gassing out a Sandesh. Barely surviving. The sliver of HP still manages to find a knock on MABETEX, but it is gonna cause no harm. But maybe for Miracle Vibes might just be able to capitalize on this situation, as Baron just being ever so cautious right now. One after the other, the bullets are being tapped on, and Sandesh seems to have lost his mark.
Sandesh still peppering down bullets towards the side of MABETEX Esports and pincing the players. Baron has managed to give the crucial rescue mission onto his teammate, but from the backlines, even the players of 4MB are also chiming in. TUF and NB Esports are also fighting on the southern western periphery of the circle, where TUF is trying to gatekeep the entirety of NB Esports. But looking at the position of Egan IA, they have the epicenter, not exactly the epicenter, but somewhere in the center position of the circle. This can be a good game for them. They already have a good momentum building up, but Highvoltage DC finds East out in the open. Assassin instantly takes him down, but no, it was Malik, his own teammate, and Assassin might be looking for the confirmation point as well. 4MB, they have to defend this compound if they want to topple over Stalwarts.
Alright, for Miracle Vibes, just taking a few steps out of position, and look at how they've been punished now, just being surrounded not by one but multiple teams, and they will have to hold on. You know, them eliminating Stalwart will not matter if they do not survive and get enough points in this one. And for surely, Highvoltage have no intentions of letting that happen, as we've got another fight between us. It is going to be Regicides taking on a different squad. I think it is going to be Quantum Rage that stand right in front of them, as Regicide will wipe them out of the server. But for now, for Medical Vibes, just are on the edges of the zone. They somehow need to figure a way to escape from the situation, especially if, with Highvoltage DC breathing under the neck. It is going to be so tough, Shadow.
It is going to be tough, and tough for Malik to go for the rotation, as Dog comes in with that M416 and instantly takes him down. The confirmation has been made. The numbers are not in the favor of Highvoltage DC right now. Refuse with a grenade, takes 50 HP out of Jiggle over there with the UMP45 trying to take him down. Yes, the smoke is there. Refuse instantly reposition himself. At the same time, Jiggle on a sliver of HP. He can be down. He can be taken down, and Refuse finally takes him down with a grenade. Highvoltage not looking good at all. They were looking strong, but Assassin also bits bye-bye. And 4MV, they managed to defend their compound. Just lost one player, East. Apex will get an easy revival, and 4MV, 8 defeat points already in their favor.
Thankfully, at least, you know, the zone wasn't far away. Surely no trouble for Doc lifting his teammate on his shoulders, and seems like for Medical Vibes, they're gonna recuperate. And this is exactly what the fans of For Medical Vibes needed. Already 8 defeats to their name, and still having 3 of their players alive as the final few circles start to form in. And this is one of those areas where For Medical Vibes also need to make a move inside the zone, with Leo Esports holding a really commanding position, MABETEX closing in, and Aegon I8, who've been silent so far. Yesterday, it was a similar approach from Aegon I8 in one of those maps of Miramar, which sort of earned them the chicken dinner. And Leo Esports, lately, I must say, Shadow, they have been looking quite consistent, especially with their positioning. If they kind of, you know, manage to get a few kills here and there, I think they might also enter the top 8 by the end of the evening.
Oh, agreed, 100%. Even in the previous Miramar, Leo Esports, they came, I think, on the 3rd spot with good position and a decent amount of finishes in their favor. So, yeah, Leo Esports are finally looking confident on day number 3. They just need to carry forward the same momentum and confidence as NB Esports. They are trying to take the position of Reggie's side and looking for a southern dominant control. Roshan out in the open gives a little bit of the glimpse to Akaze, but no damage done whatsoever. The grenades are being flung over. But Regicide don't know exactly where the players of NB Esports are, and vice versa. They just know about the position of Roshan. The remaining players of Regicide are way too split up, so NB Esports also needs to be a bit cautious. On the other side, Aegon X I8 has also opened things up, but 4MB Apex has been taken down by the players of T2K.
Oh yeah, and at this point, you know, NB Esports, look at what they're trying to do. Go after the players of Regicide, who sort of are guarding the zone over here. As Barrett, he's got some other intentions. He wants to pick a fight against Liquid. And Liquid, now aware of his presence, will of course try to throw a few grenades at his direction, as the grenade just gets flung in through that skylight. And Liquid goes falling down. As Sas comes into his aid, Baron getting shot from elsewhere. Will get into cover the right nick of time, will patch himself up, and so will Leo Esports, as Regicides, they are being just hammered down as NB Esports hold on. they get wiped out. It was just that one knocky knock, and that pretty much marks the end for NB Esports. As Baron, somehow, he finally falls down on the ground. As for Medical Vibes, they're slowly getting inside the circle, now having a really good spot. As Leo Esports, they want to eliminate this threat just around them. Baron, he is a dead man walking, as another grenade gets flung in by Wally. As Sus, he's knocked out, bleeding right on the ground.
Leos, they have no idea where Valley is, from where the grenades are coming in, but they now have a vague idea, and Valley, with a multiple barrage of the grenades, is looking for the confirmation point at the same time for the revenge onto the players of Leo Esports. But unfortunately, the perfect projectile, the perfect connection is still missing, and Valley, instead of fighting for the placement points, this is not a good news. He's all by himself. On the uphill, we have some other team as well, the players of T2K. So many teams are present in the close proximity. He's walking on a thin ice. His days are numbered, basically.
Surely is. You know, at this point, he's got to be very wary of the surroundings. And, you know, MABETEX, he's pretty much surrounded from every possible direction. With just that little ridge trying to keep himself alive. Does have that Grotza, though. Would want to get a little greedy if somebody wants to close in on him. Instantly get that knock and finish, and 1 point secured. But as things stand, you know, for Medical Vibes, they have also dropped down on numbers. Not exactly the way they would have anticipated. Like, surely would have wanted to get into top 3. But the only silver lining is that they've got 8 eliminations out of this game. If they can get a few more, which looks really, really, you know, far-fetched, maybe over-ambitious. But Noki, on the other hand, takes a dig at the players of 7th Element as Regicide decide to hit in on Leo Esports. As Hi Dami, he's been picked off. Sauce does come to the aid of his teammates as Roshan under heavy fire, under heavy artillery, as Slipknot trying to find that slight angle and maybe get a knock as Avenger comes into the aid of his teammate over here, as now Regicide unifying with numbers as Slipknot goes falling down and Leo Esports succumb instantly. Could not even put up a battle against Regicide, as Regicide will now be enjoying some prime position and now could just be the potential favorites of getting this chicken dinner.
Oh, this is the same Regicide which reigned death and destruction in the PMPL Pakistan, getting the highest elims. Finally, they have woken up from this number, 10 elims, but Uzm has found Sandesh over there, and with the vehicle explosion, maybe we'll be looking for the knock onto Sandesh, but 4MV, the last player, has also been found and dealt with, and 4MV bids bye-bye on the 6th spot with total of 10 points. But from the rooftop, Blade knows exactly where Reg is, takes hefty HP out of him, and IQ is so very close to the players of T2K. One single grenade can result in the knock of multiple players from the side of T2K. And Train to Kill, they really need to be cautious, because from the backlines, even Regicide can also do a lot of damage. And like I said, Valley's days were numbered. Uzm finds him and instantly deals with him, and MABETEX with 0 points are thrown out of the lobby.
You know, this is one of those most competitive final circles that we get to see, right? 4 teams alive, 15 players. It's a 4v3 situation with 7th Element just shy of that 1 extra player. But Falak, he's got a good idea of where they could potentially be, and maybe seems to be hitting the gold jackpot as he spots out one. But Divine, he was waiting for Falak to make that peak and instantly just blasts his head off, as now Regicide decide to pick a fight against T2K. We've got fights happening on 2 different fronts, and seems like teams are getting rather impatient. Sandesh caught astray, but Blade will be the one who steals his kill out of here, as Roshan right out in the open, but Blade misses on those shots as Aegon I8 in a really good position, have the high ground advantage, and now are really capitalizing, making all the other teams bleed, as Noki out of his cover, as Blade will try to lob a few bullets down at his direction, as he now decides to reposition himself.
Again, XIA, they are looking very good, fantastic. For now, they can look for a northern control. But Reggie's side, they are a force to be reckoned with. The way they are raining death and destruction right now looks like this is the game to lose. All the Mongolian teams, majority of the dominating Mongolian teams have been taken out of the picture. On the other side, T2K, they are in a very tricky spot, and almost rig has been taken down. Sanhok also goes down. 2 players have been dealt with of T2K, leaving Jane all by himself. What can he do in this situation? 2 teams, Regicide and again I8, are sandwiching the players of T2K. Even Jane is not in the best of the position right now with only 4 teams left. Regicide, they are making so much noise, and so are the players of again I8.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it just could be anybody. Everybody's just fighting out left, right, and center. We could see bodies dropping, and T2K take their final breath as they get eliminated on the 4th spot with 8 eliminations. Now it comes down to the final 3. Regicide somehow seem to have recovered. Still have all their 4 players breathing, but cannot say the same for Aegon I8. Just a couple of moments ago, they were having such a prime position, and now both their players barely surviving, struggling for breath. It's now 7th element, also on the verge of getting a chicken dinner over here, potentially their first, but Regicide seem to not let it happen. Nice spread around, just waiting for this final circle to kind of shrink in, and somebody is going to step out of the cover, somebody is going to get a little impatient, and the other one will surely capitalize on this.
Well, Noki is capitalizing. Falak made the mistake of his life coming out in the open, and instantly, in a blink of eye, again I8, they have been dealt with, eliminated on 3rd spot. Now only 2 teams left, 7th element, and with a vehicle drive by, Vaz finds a knock onto Dabby, but Ashad instantly finds the trade. But Regicide, they had the numbers, and they get the winner, which they were looking for.
Oh, certainly. And at this point, Regicide, they were kind of exercising extreme caution, being quite patient, did not overstep, and this was a biggie for them. 16 eliminations and a huge sigh of relief, especially how they were struggling right at the bottom of the ocean. But surely this could be where their climb begins. Pretty much better late than never, as now winner chicken dinner for Regicide. But we are going to keep carrying on with this discussion, but after this short little break. Alright, what a game it was. Quite an unexpected winner, and Regicide made sure they make their mark in the finals of the ESA Championships. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the post-game analysis. You're watching the PMPL South Asia Championships Grand Finals, day number 3. As just a handful number of games to go. But yeah, important news out here. Stalwart and for Miracle Vibes, right? The battle for the top spot. I think for Miracle Vibes, with a decent performance in the previous game, might just have reduced the gap just a little bit. 8-9 points. That's pretty much it. Stalwart, I think this is a kind of a stop that did not really anticipate into their run of forms. But let's take a look, Shadow, at who the MVP of this game is going to be. Surely one from Regicide, and it is going to be Noki.
Well, Noki was playing it to the perfection. The way he was bringing in the openings onto the opponent team, the damage that he was dishing out, 1138 damage, a pretty high number, 4 LMs, 2 assists, 6 knocks, 427 healings done. Perfect stats coming in from this particular lad. Even the entire team of Regicide, the way they were picking up the teams, I think they built the confidence the moment they eliminated the entirety of NV Esports, and after that they had the complete southern control under the favor. There was no stopping of Regicide after that.
Oh, there surely wasn't, right? And if you take a look at the other players that performed really well, of course, Roshan, Vaz, his teammates, and Sandesh. I could see Sandesh finally starting to explode once again, and Doc pretty much doing Doc things, right? But surely kind of left a few things wanted. I would have expected for Miracle Vibes to have gone on and get the chicken dinner, but sadly the circle had other ideas. But Regicide, nice rotations coming in, and I think the biggest hindrance, the biggest fight was one with Leo Esports. They managed to deal with them safely, and then it was against Aegon I8. The moment they took them down, it was pretty much done and dusted. But look at those damage numbers on Noki, 138 points. And this goes on to speak of volumes of how explosive Regicide had been in those final phases of the game.
Oh yes, they were definitely raining death and destruction at the same time. Seventh element also, they survived for a very long time. The placement points are going to be there, but not too many elims. Yes, they managed to get few elim points onto the players of DRS, where Ashad found the last man, but okay, I'm wrong. 5 elims and 6 placement points. 7th element here, total of 11 points in their favor.
I mean, at this point, taking a look at the match rankings, yeah, I mean, 10 to for Miracle Vibes, and then you've got Stalwart with 0. I think, yeah, the distance starts closing in. 26 points for Regicide. T2K will also find themselves climbing a few places up. But for Aegon I8, I think these lads have been silently making a lot of moves, right? DRS this time around looked pretty aggressive, but they kind of burst down like crackers, right? Instantly, there were some moments where the tender was there. You could see them, burning, and then suddenly they fizzled off. So DRS, I think they will work. They'll have to work out on surviving along with getting a lot of kills. But quite surprising, even from Magnus, especially how they played in the previous game. This time, watching them go out pretty early sort of breaks my heart a little bit.
Magnus, they started picking themselves up yesterday, but today the team that was very impressive in the previous 2 games was IHC, but the way the players of DRS dealt with them, even IHC didn't anticipate at all, and Magnus, they were not prepared for DRS because DRS are usually the silent ones, not going for too many frags, and Magnus also were surprised the way DRS tried to take them down, and in fact took them down. But against I8, they had the perfect position and they literally got too many frags in this particular one.
Oh yeah, I mean, Magnus, well, not this time around, but Regicide, they kind of were all over the place, right? Every single one of them hitting where it hurts. But for now, this is the report card, the reality check. Stalwart Esports, 182 points, as for Miracle Vibes on 163. So, 19 points separating the two Mongolian powerhouses, as MABETEX, well, they have got a long way to go. A long climb, to be honest. But yes, quite a battle, brewing up for the prize money for the top 3. In fact, for the 3rd spot between MABETEX, Aegon I8, T2K, DRS, everybody in the mix. Can't really also rule Highvoltage DC or NB Esports out, right? One good game, one chicken dinner, and surely that 3rd position gets overtaken by somebody else, unless and until MABETEX decide to hold on. But yeah, MABETEX, we were hoping for a good game from their side, but this time around, they kind of fell short a little bit. But look at the climb over here. Regicide, one good game from the 14th, right at the 12th spot, and now are closing in. And one more good game, they could potentially compete for the top 3 tomorrow.
Oh, they can. And Regicide, they have taken a jump, like you said. But Illuminate Crew, I expected big things from this particular team as well. The way they were able to go for 3 back-to-back chicken dinners in the PMPL South Asia. Certainly, no one anticipated that Illuminate Crew, they are going to be right at the bottom of overall ranking. Even TUF, they started showcasing signs of redemption yesterday in few of the games when they came so very close to getting those chicken dinners. But today, even TUF, they are also falling.
Yeah, I think TUF, the way they came into this tournament, I mean, honestly speaking, I did not have a lot of expectations from them. And clearly, they haven't really lived up to it. Because, there were moments where TUF, yeah, a few chicken dinners here and there, but haven't really established themselves as the powerhouses of the Pakistan region, right? And whenever it comes down to PMPL Pakistan, they kind of have always portrayed themselves as one of the teams, not the best team of Pakistan. And coming into the SA lobbies, it's gonna, the task gets even tougher. So TUF, I think they still have a few works to do. They still need to find and fix those fundamental issues in their core. And once they do that, maybe tomorrow is going to be bright. But certainly TUF, I think, one of the oldest squads of Pakistan that we have seen. And I think they kind of make their way up till here. But, this is by far their sky.
Agreed. TUF, they really need to work on few things, but Regicide, well, they were forced to be reckoned with in the previous Miramar, 26 points, and I was kind of waiting for this kind of a performance from the side of Regicide, because after PMPL Pakistan in the SA, Regicide were completely missing, but finally they have been able to find their feet. But Stalwarts with 3 chicken dinners, they are looking very strong.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, surely this is a stalwart day, and the Mongolian domination sort of continues. We did see MABETEX also clinching one, but this time around, Regicide made sure they had one of the Pakistani flags up there. So a good moment for them also. I think a nice revival, at least for Regicide, considering where they were. But now it kind of boils down to this one game in the evening, right? And this is one game that sort of sets in motion for what we're going to expect tomorrow. And this is where things get really crucial. This is one of those games which is kind of a must win for teams like Stalwart and for Miracle Vibes. The big question is how much of a difference will remain between these two teams, because so far as the games are progressing, as things are going on, it feels like it just could be somebody randomly, maybe from the 10th or 216th spot getting a chicken dinner. But the big question is how much will for Miracle Vibes get, and how much will Stalwart? And I'm pretty sure the circle has a big role to play in that.
100%. If it's a southern circle, then the players of 4MV can benefit heavily, but I haven't seen 4MV getting a chicken dinner in the southern circles, so they are definitely not hoping for an extremely southern circle. Maybe they are, we never know, because Stalwarts, on the other hand, if the circle is favoring them, maybe they can also get a chicken dinner for themselves. But on the other side, I want some other team to give a strong competition to the players of 4MV and Stalwart Esports like T2K or MABETEX. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, when the point difference is pretty clear that you can't claim the throne, you can't come on the top spot towards the last few games. Maybe we can see a bullseye target behind 4MV or Stalwarts.
The final game of the evening, and we're on, baby. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm pretty sure the viewers would want to make their predictions over here. It could just be anybody, especially as things are starting to get heated up, because when it began the first day, I was starting to wonder if any team can really compete against the wrath of for Miracle Vibes. But seems like the other Mongolians, the Mongolians that have ruled the entirety of South Asia, they have responded to my query and have taken over. But this is one of those games where for Miracle Vibes maybe would come back in, and I would want this to happen, because that is going to absolutely ramble a lot of things for tomorrow. As now the flight path trajectory all the way from Yasnaya goes on towards hospital. A little bit of a northernish flight path will certainly not be favoring either of them for Miracle Vibes or Stalwart. Let's see what are they up to.
Once I saw 4MV change their drop location, that was I think on day number 2 on the northern flight path. The circle was also a bit towards the northern side. They went towards Gatka, but I don't think 4MV they are again going to resort to such a thing. They'll head towards the side of military base, Stalwarts towards Novorpnoy, T2K towards Sivorny. Talking about other team that can showcase a good performance are the players of IHC, because in the league plays, if not league plays, PMPL South Asia time, IHC used to rule in the map of Erangel. They used to showcase a very dominating performance along with the squad of T2K, and I want to see that same IHC again, because finally they have been able to find their momentum, find their feet in the game. So maybe this can be a good game for the players of IHC and a chicken dinner game.
For IHC, I think they've kind of done a decent job in trying to bounce back in, but still, they have to walk a lot of miles to get to where they were once upon a time. And it is the past, it was glorious, but a little bit of a buggy bash going on between 7th Element and Leo Esports, but they decide to go on their own separate ways. And I was starting to wonder, why is that 7th Element knocking on the doors of Aegon I8? But Stalwart Esports seems to have found their respective vehicles. They'll be heading down quickly, just whizzing through the grasses down towards Novripnoi. But this is one of those circle shadow. It's quite default, right? We've seen this circle quite a lot of times and kind of has that tendency to end around the Potato Hills areas. I mean, I'm going to be surprised if it's going to be a flatland circle, but for Stalwart and even for the likes of Medical Vibes, especially for Medical Vibes, because I've got the map feed on my second monitor, and I can say one thing for sure: they are quite surrounded. They've got a lot of unfriendly neighbors. Surely do not have the luxury like Stalwart just did, you know, finding all 4 vehicles, getting down to Novripnoi, which kind of means that they'll get the loot done quicker than for Medical Vibes can. Where for Medical Vibes, it's just not about finding vehicles, it's also about surviving and safely getting down towards military base. Now, with you know, the first circle starting to close in mere 30 seconds, I do not know if it's the wisest of idea to really come down. So might as well, you know, even loot around the southern Gatka regions, or maybe even head towards Quarry and try to find another way out inside to figure out how to get a chicken dinner in this one.
Oh, we have seen 4MV do exactly that in one of the game, but I'm not worried about 4MV. I'm more worried about IQ of again I8, because he's so very close to the players of 4MV, so far away from his teammates. If a knock comes in, there is no chance that the revival can come in. So IQ is walking on a thin ice. On the other side, talking about the players of DRS, well, they have always been coming to the city of Milta, and in this kind of circle, if it tends to go towards Potato Hill, DRS can definitely opt for a very good rotation. The only team that can prove to be ugly thorn in their path of rotation could be the players of NB Esports, because Illuminate crew, they always tend to go for a very early rotation. So DRS, they need to be cautious about NB Esports, especially with the performance which those showcased in the previous one. I think DRS are looking more confident this time.
I think DRS, like I said, you know, we kind of witnessing a different flavor coming out from them, right? This is one of those DRS that kind of has realized, like, no matter what we do, we're not going to get the championship, right? Surely we'll have to rely on the World Invitational votings. And by the way, that's still live. You can vote for your favorite South Asian team, and the one that wins gets to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star stage. So surely all the DRS fans, at least from Nepal, they've got quite a fandom building up for themselves. But this is what I was talking about. For Medical Vibes, the worst horrors, their nightmares have come true. One of their player already getting picked off. Is still knocked yet, but I'm pretty sure Leo would want to add insult to their injury, would want to push in on their direction as Liquid goes charging in. And now for Medical Vibes, everything seems to be falling off as Refuse also gets picked off, and this is a nightmare for them.
This is disaster for MV. They wanted to earn points or earn a chicken dinner in this one, and such a start losing 2 players at the very early stage of the game is definitely going to come and bite them in the back towards the final few circles if they survive till then. So yeah, 4ME, not a start they were hoping for. They wanted to end things on a very good note, at least cover up few point difference between Stalwarts and themselves. But on the other side, Stalwarts, they are looking pretty comfortable. But Sky, look at him. He's in a very wrong territory, but the reinforcement are there right on the doorsteps of NB Esports as Mondo gets taken down by Sky over there, and NB Esports, they are very vulnerable as Fistboy is trying to find something out of Woofies, takes him down.
Oh, at this point, you know, NB Esports, they will have to try and get as much as possible from this particular fight. You know, they've done their deeds. Nova still stands and wants to get that revive on Woofies as Sek just goes charging in, has to win this fight somehow, but no, Nova prevails supreme in that battle inside the little house as now Illuminate crew, you know, they've taken that upper advantage in this particular fight as Akaza and Fistboy are the 2 lonesome survivors for Illuminate crew. Howsoever, they have a few strings to pull. Surely they can do that, but Nova has to do it again once more as Akaza just, you know, throws over the nade as now Nova trying to get in from a different angle. But against the DBS, it's going to be so difficult as also Fistboy chiming in. will mark the end as Aegon Knight out of nowhere just come ramming in. They want to salvage whatever remains out of the players over here. And seems like they have done the deed as Aegon I8. Well, NB Esports still surviving. Still looking quite good.
But the numbers are not there. Fistboy on a sliver of HP fixes.
Yeah. For a moment, I mean, it was such an abrupt switch. It was quite difficult to really contemplate what went on. But for now, Aegon I8 still trying to push in on the doors of NB Esports. But we'll have to be a little cautious because Quantum Rage is just right around them. And NB Esports, they know that one bad grenade and they might be done for as they kind of bring the charge, bring in the heat as they kind of greedily just finish off one of those players. Fowler goes down as Akaza remains to be the lonesome survivor over there. But look at the farther distance. We still have MABETEX who are just waiting for this fight to end so that they can charge in. But Baron does not care. He spots out Akaza and deals with him as now Aegon Knight realize that they could be next on MABETEX's hit list.
This compound is attracting all the teams. First it was Eliminate Crew, NB Esports, now again XI8. They have been eliminated just by a single grenade from the side of Leona and MABETEX. Well, they earned 3 defeat points for themselves. On the other side, MABETEX, they also need to be a bit cautious because we have few teams in the close proximity like Quantum Rage are there at the same time. Even the players of DRS are also making the rotation, and this is one of the good compound in these kind of circles. That is why we are seeing so many teams trying to contest this one. And MABETEX, well, they decide to reposition themselves and search for a better position inside the circle.
You know, but the big storylines over here, folks, is the fact that for medical vibes are just reduced to one player surviving. And Apex, he's got to do the deed. But for now, IHC, a little bit of a resistance being forced in the form of Regicide, the winners of the previous chicken dinner. But considering IHC, they have been quite firm, at least around their surroundings. But little were they aware of T2K also. And maybe they will have to deal with the brunt of things. As Alex and Godless both lying down on their knees, it comes down to Zyol and Demo. But T2K have no intentions of letting them live. As you can see, Drake trying to form a different angle. Jane is also present over there. Demo just lands out. But will successfully manage to save him though. But what is that escape route going to be like? Because I look at the buggies. I'm pretty sure the tires are going to get flattened out. So Zyol has to do something over here for making the chances of IHC escaping out alive to be more real.
T2K Jane, perfect mini shots comes in, finds Demo over there, out in the open. Yes, the smokes are there, but Alex needs to leave his fallen comrade bleed to death because there is no way that he can go for the rescue mission with Rig being so consistent and relentless with those mini tap shots. At the same time, T2K, they have to realize that at this point they have to prioritize the circle. The remaining two players are already somewhere on the periphery of the northern side of the circle. And IHC, well, they've also started on the rotation. On the other side, Magnus, they are looking fantastic in terms of the position which they are having right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, at this point, we're kind of seeing a lot of fights just break out in quick succession, one after the other. It's so difficult to sort of keep track of things. Now, taking a look at that mini-map, we could see that cluster kind of forming around the shorelines, right? And Highvoltage DC, Quantum Rage, 7th Element, TUF, Leo, in fact, taking over those jungles. Everybody is just waiting for the next circle to form. And seems like, you know, initially I kind of thought it's going to go around, you know, the Potato Hills. But another flatland circle. Quite difficult. I mean, one of the most difficult circles to really approach and play. You need to ensure you've got the right number of vehicles, you've got those covers, and you've got those ridges, those narrow ridges to play around with. And Leo certainly are in a good spot, but sometimes being in the center can act as a bane. You could be the target from multiple directions, while a lot of teams, as T2K, they will be enjoying that little high ground as the second airdrop comes in, and it is going to be one of my favorite weapons, the MG3.
yeah, we did saw MG3 today in second Miramar, I guess, where the players were literally going for multiple frags. They were eliminating squads after squad. So MG3 was definitely picked off today. But speaking of the other teams who are in the good position, but right now Stalwart's action was not in a good position as Tanatan finds him out in the open and instantly deals with him. And now Stalwart's reduced to 3-man squad. But at the same time, Quantum Rage, they do have a vague idea about the position of DRS as well. Quantum Rage definitely have a good compound to their name, but the way they're grabbing those information, let's see how much they can capitalize on it. Because Quantum Rage also is one of the team from Pakistan region who has started showcasing improvement in their gameplay since yesterday. So let's see if they can get a chicken dinner, because that is what they are looking for. And speaking of IHC, well, all they have is a little wooden shack under the control. Then we have the players of Leo Esports also in the close proximity. Leos, they have the numbers. It's only Zoil and Alex from IHC. And only 2 defeat point, but Stalwart's right in front of them. And Zoil with that M416 spray trying to take down the players from the moving vehicle, but no damage done whatsoever. Stalwart's, they are trying to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. They're trying to go for the center position, but on the other side, we have DBS against DPS, DRS versus Quantum Rage, where Goku is in a close frontal battle with Gyande on a sliver of HP. At the same time, Goku from the rooftop angle is trying to lob a grenade and find Delta. Almost took down Delta on a sliver of HP right now. Needs to patch himself up as soon as possible, but Rolls comes in from a far off angle, deals with Goku with those mini shots, leaving Senior all by himself in a 1v3 scenario.
Yeah, this fight might just get into a little bit of a reset over here. Surely Killer has administered that first aid, but Quantum Rage, they need to calculate their options over here. What are they going to do? Because this is a DRS that will not hesitate in pushing after getting one more knock. Goku, surely he's bleeding, is somehow trying to find his way back towards Senior so that he could get himself back up, or maybe even Tantanatan. But Quantum Rage still under the heat right now, still not out of the woods yet, as a lot of utils are being deployed just to get that one player back up, and they know how important it is. As MABETEX, they could really commanding spot over here. Tantanatan spots all that intervention being made, as now he's just about to break free, but will kind of hesitate, be a little bit reluctant on pulling the triggers, because he knows for a fact that at this moment that would be too much for them to deal with. Especially with DRS just around where Quantum Rage are. They have to be very careful with picking up their fights, and seems like the information wasn't really properly relayed, as Goku, he's been picked off.
Well, certainly he has been, and Senior is going for the crucial rescue mission, and Killer YT with a grenade is looking for the confirmation point. Goku is again back on his feet. He needs to patch himself up, but somewhere else. Oh, Killer YT finally finds Goku with a grenade. But we have 7th element also, Tabby, who knows exactly where the players of Stalwart Esports are, and he's not looking at the best of the position right now.
Oh, there you go. There comes the push. I guess DRS had some information to play around, but now the floor is burning with lava. Delta somehow finds a corner that is a safe haven for him, as he will eventually get out, and with that S12K, get that kill confirmed on Goku. But a little bit of a loss as Rules has gotten down, as DRS still ensuring that they do whatever is necessary to try and get their 4th player alive, as DRS still haven't gotten themselves on the board just as of now. But there you go, the big news. For Medical Vibes take a very early exit, as Stalwart find themselves quite a pristine, quite a loving position inside the circle.
Oh yes, definitely. Stalwarts are definitely having a good position, and with 4 MV out, Stalwarts are going to feel more confident right now. But T2K, well, they are finding the players of Magnus Esports and bringing down their numbers, as Faster also gets eliminated. But DRS, they have their eyes set onto the players of Quantum Rage. The grenades, the smokes, all the throwables are being invested, but no connection whatsoever. Under the soft cover, Rules is trying to close in the distance towards the side of Quantum Rage, but he's checking the wrong angles. The players of Quantum Rage have repositioned themselves. At the same time, they need to be a bit wary about the position of MABETEX also in the close proximity.
Oh yeah, they surely have to be. Now DRS, one point or the other in the next couple of minutes, they will have to make a move. As around the 12 packs, you can see MABETEX, they're kind of just spreading out, you know, they're waiting for somebody to kind of come in, and then they will kind of get their fangs right through their veins. But at this point, Quantum Rage, that was smart for them to back off. They realized did not have the best of numbers. It's wise that they kind of wait it out, halt it a little bit, as Seventh Element and Stalwart sharing this area. Pretty much Stalwart not being pleased with the fact they would want to make some moves, want to get control of the entire gas station, but staying inside the warehouse, I think it's still nothing much to worry about, as the next circle forms in front of us, and kind of looks like to be quite hybrid. Okay, it could be Leo's, it could also favor the players of Magnus, could certainly help IHC, but Stalwart, as long as they're getting these freebies, they will be enjoying themselves. No need to move.
Oh, they have the complete southern control, but they need to be a bit careful of Seventh Element.
Yes. Look at that. Rules. Does he have an idea of Tuntanatan watching him? It feels pretty bad, don't you? I mean, when you're playing a TPP mode game, suddenly there's an opponent hiding. You have no idea. You kind of go out in the you kind of go out in the wild, just trying to explore, spread your wings a little bit, and then somebody emerges from the dark and takes a shot, but misses. Oh my god! Rules seem to have gotten away with murder.
Just one bullet. Finally, that bullet comes in from the side of Zen of Magnus Esports, and Wolves has been eliminated. At the same time, Delta has been dealt by Senior. Slowly, the team of DRS is falling apart, and they have been eliminated with 0 points in their favor.
That's gonna hurt. Pretty sure that's gonna, that is not how they anticipated, and getting a little overwhelmed there. They had to suffer, but for now, TUF, they're kind of grouping up over here. They realize just playing around the edges, as Highvoltage DC almost on the verge of surrounding them. Assassin has a really beautiful angle, and if he remains unchecked, I'm pretty sure he's going to deal a substantial amount of damage, as the other two players, Jiggle and Malik, just trying to play around the smoke, as Assassin, I guess, seems to have been spotted out, maybe by M7, but Leona on the other side, he takes down Senior in the process, as Halsey, he's got a lot of job cut out for him, as Baron will successfully take him down, and in fact, it is MABETEX, 7 finishes already to their name, and they're looking quite strong in this game.
Look at the amount of smoke that has been deployed when Joker Sir is looking for a vehicle run over towards Jiggle, but unfortunately, he is the one to be taken out from the equation, as Malik gets a confirmation point as well. Highvoltage DC, they need to go for the rescue mission onto Assassin and Trabeen, but there is no time. The grenades are being flung over, and Malik trying to patch himself up. All they have is a little bit of the foliage to their advantage. The smoke is there. The vehicles are there, but from the back lanes, even the players of TUF are also chiming in.
Yeah, I mean, everything was for Highvoltage DC was looking really good up until the point Leo just decided to make things worse for them. It was a really nice initiation into the battle, but TUF maybe did count their chickens too early. Just went on a suicide mission and had to suffer quite an unpleasant fate, till the point where M7 struggling to keep himself alive, barely breathing over there, gasping, as Rig finally frees him of his misery. As TUF, they've been eliminated on the 10th spot, as T2K find themselves in a prime position for trying to contest for the chicken dinner in this particular game.
Oh yes, they do have a good position, but they are also making so much noise. They are grabbing the attention, especially from Malik. Rig needs to be a bit cautious. At the same time, the segregation that is coming from the side of T2K, yes, for now they are looking very good in the prime spot. If they manage to take the control of that warehouse from Stalwart Esports, I think there is no stopping of T2K from getting that chicken dinner. On the other side, the players of IHC are also trying to move inside the circle, where Leos can be that ugly thorn for them. And Siog with the vehicle is trying to drive around and lure the players out of their cover area because it's kind of an open circle. The vehicles are going to come handy, but Magnus finds MABETEX Esports Baron, instantly deals with him as Leona is the only one out in the open, instantly gets taken down, and Valley also dealt by Jane over there, and MABETEX, after having 7 elimination, bids bye-bye on the 9th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it was too much for them to handle, right? And especially that open circle. So difficult to play around these areas, as Magnus just could be next, being taken down over here. But, oh, Suyok, he just runs over Malik. And now Sandesh, she's gonna do the second deed. Baby Jiggle has been spotted out before he could even respond. T2K. Oh my goodness, these boys are doing it. Certainly starting to feel themselves as they kind of inch in towards victory. 8 finish points already to their names. As now their biggest hurdle could possibly be Stalwart. If they can restrict them to that area, to that little warehouse that they're holding on, I think this has T2K, this game pretty much written all over it.
For all the good reasons, it's Erangel, and T2K, they shine the most in the map of Erangel, but at the same time they have to have the controlled aggression. The way they are scouting the area, being a little overconfident, things can go against them. They have to stick together as a pack, as a unit. That is how they can take the chicken dinner, because there's still 6 teams and 18 players remaining. Even Leos are looking very confident. They're not making too much noise, not grabbing too much attention. They have all the 4 players alive in the lobby. Even Leos have been having a very good run, and the amount of resources, the grenades which the players of Leo are having, they can certainly capitalize. But Rig with that M416 instantly deals with Haidami.
Yeah, I kind of like how Leo positioned themselves. The only part where they kind of are lacking out or missing is in their firepower. You know, they need a player who kind of gets onto the face of the enemies, tries to force out those fights, get those entry fragging done for this team. As now, Leo Esports, well, they're just being rained down by those Grens, and Rake finds yet another success. Now, it kind of falls down on towards Liquid's nimble shoulders. He needs to do what needs to be done over here. Get those revives, but T2K, the way they are rolling, they're not gonna let him leave for long, as Zyol, I think, deals with Slipknot from the far off fray. Just that one player surviving. Surely he's managed to get Haidami back alive and breathing. But look at Jane, that flank angle he's creating. This could cause a lot of trouble, as there you go, the final nade. And Leo, they are history.
Man, Stalwart, speaking of them, I haven't seen Stalwart so silent towards the end when only 4 teams remaining. With that, IHC has also been eliminated. T2K, they're on a rampage. 12 eliminations already in their favor, and they have the entire control of the circle. Majority of the real estate is towards them, but 7th element finally showing up on the doorsteps of Stalwart Esports. Yes, the smokes are there, but Stalwarts, they're ready with those grenades in all the 3 players' hands. 1 nade to the perfection, and 7th element can be destroyed, and same goes for the plus of 7th element. It's Divine is slowly crawling his way, and Tops almost could have taken down Divine.
Yeah, he certainly could have, but look at the situation right now. Can you? I mean, Stalwart kind of feel a little bit claustrophobic over here. They feel a lot threatened because 7th element, they're not just closing in, but T2K, look at that confidence. Where was it all along? Stalwart, they have no intention. They still are inside the mercy of the zone. They have no reasons to get out whatsoever, as a Shard trying to go for a drive-by. Maybe trying to lure one of the players out, as Jane decides to open it up on Divine, as a Shard barely breathing. Needs to patch himself up, as Stalwart now maybe could decide to make a move if it is Tops coming out. But that comes with a lot of risk. He puts himself in the perils of getting picked off by the players of T2K. As a Shard, pretty sure he's gonna get the revive though, but T2K are such an ugly thorn for both these teams over here.
T2K, they were just waiting for the last game. Seems like, but right now 7th element, they're still in a pickle with the players of Stalwart. The Molotovs, the grenades, everything is being thrown, as the Shard needs some time to patch himself up. But Nirzed, coming from the different direction, finally finds a Shard again, and IC with the grenade can bring down the numbers of 7th element, but instead IC has been forced back inside the warehouse, as Zed has been dealt with, and IC has to go for the crucial rescue mission, as the Shard is again back on his feet.
A nice control Molotov being deployed by Stalwart, just kind of hindering the push coming in from T24. And look at those grenades constantly hurting the players of 7th Element. Stalwart still inside the warehouse, but there has to be a point where they decide to move out, right? And they realize that maybe they were a little too late in dealing with 7th Element, because now T2K, they are just all over the place. Literally 70% of the zone is controlled by them. As Regicide just around the edges, just around the corners, it is going to be 7th Element who make the first move as Tops. He will be pushing in tandem, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, courtesy to the grenade coming in from Nirzed, 7th Element, they get wiped out of the server. And now the final 3 teams remain. It's going to be really interesting, as now Top has finally found a pick on Jane, as the numbers for T2K keep on dwindling down. Now, if that lonesome player from Regicide can cause some chaos, T2K, they will fall down like a pack of dominoes. But surely they do not want to go out without a fight, as I see Nirzed and Top, every single one of them, march inside the zone. This is where T2K finally feel threatened, finally feel the hurt coming in right on their faces.
And Nirzed trying to keep towards the side of Sandesh. Sandesh takes hefty HP out of Nirzed, and finally IC comes in with the Bison and takes down Sandesh. Instant confirmation has been made, and T2K left with only 2 players, Sanhok and Rig. And Stalwart, they do have the numbers. They want this chicken dinner because they want those points so that they can stay safely and walk into the last day with a comfortable buffer of points in the overall ranking. And T2K, Rig with a vehicle trying to drive around inch closer to the plus of Stalwart, needs to be a bit careful about the position of IC, because IC can ruin the game for T2K Rig.
At this point, I love Top's positioning. The way he's trying to create some space, build that little bit of a flank. Surely Rig has to anticipate. He's been having the best tournament of his life. Can he live up to the moment, as Stalwart pushing in from multiple directions over here, and Rig stands in their path of victory. Stalwart about to get that 4th chicken dinner, but T2K can be a spoil spot as Rig finally opens up on Nirzed, as the trades keep on coming as Top trying to get a few more kills over here, as Rig barely with those final breaths has managed to clutch it out as he sends the Mongolians packing. Wow, unbelievable stuff coming in from Train to Kill. Cannot believe what just happened. And one of the most explosive chicken dinners, 18 eliminations, and they make their way to the top 3.
Well, certainly they have been they have reclaimed the position in the top 3, but now still they have to keep the same momentum going on day number 4 as well.
What a match it was. I'm pretty sure a lot of people who were feeling a little sleepy down there, you know, of course, the body clock not getting adjusted, suddenly seem to have woken. And now, you know, you're left with wanting for a few more matches. But unfortunately, this was the final game of the evening. And what a performance by T2K. And I've been talking about Rig all along. And this man has delivered. I mean, I did not see Stalwart messing that one up, but the DBS in the close range, we know the damage that it can deal, and seems like Stalwart were on the receiving end of it.
Oh, they were. The moment they took down Nirzed over there, kind of brought an opening for the players of T2K, and we can always rely on the DBS in the close quarters, which Rig was having. And T2K, they were facing a downfall in the performance since the second half of yesterday. Finally, T2K, they have reclaimed the position in the overall ranking. They are still in the competition top 3 position, and now they can comfortably walk on day number 4 and try and give competition to the second position team.
Oh, they certainly can, right? I mean, at this point, it's still a kind of quite a longer climb, because I guess almost 40-50 points of difference remains. But hey, Shadow, let's be honest. If Stalwart can do it, why not T2K? But for that, they really need to have a fairy tale run. Of course, the more the merrier. We would want this game, in fact, this championship going down to the last game. And look at this man. I mean, 8 eliminations, 1156 points of damage. He was the epitome of death and destruction inside the lobby. T2K, take a bow the way they played this one. Right? Absolute domination, just taking control over the circle and not letting it go. For a moment, I felt in the last moment they might have had a hiccup. But no, as long as Rig was alive, he did not let that happen.
Oh, certainly. T2K, Rig, Jane, CEO, they have been sticking together, even Sandesh, since a very long time, and the synergy between the players is so perfect. Even Tops did a very good job in this one. But Stalwarts, they were pretty silent. The moment they got the control of that warehouse, they were completely silent in the game. But Tops still having a very high damage number, 3 elims in his favor. MABETEX, unfortunate things happened, but still Leo OP was giving a lot of damage inside the lobby, 62 damage and 4 elims to this lad.
To be honest, I think I would not criticize Stalwart silence over there. They realized that for Miracle Vibes, they had a rough start, right? And this was one of those games where they could further increase their lead, and now it looks quite stark, at least for Miracle Vibes, especially with what's going on. But a little bit of a look of at the match summary. I mean, T2K pretty much the best team. The way they capitalize on their opponents, the way they took over the zone, every single direction covered, every single one of them being terminated. One of the highest fragging chicken dinners. T2K did it all. But coming back to this discussion, between For Miracle Vibes and Stalwart, the moment the flight path was visible, right, I kind of felt that they are going to have a tough time. Stalwart, howsoever, were lucky. They knew where the vehicle spawns were. They found their way through. But For Miracle Vibes, unfortunately, had to settle with whatever they had to work with. And Leo sort of proved to be the poison. And they managed to just wipe them out. And Leo Esports, I think they're doing pretty decent by their standards. It's been quite an improvement. I mean, especially how they're positioning. A little bit of work on how they can, deal or micromanage during those fights could sort things out. But 28 points for T2K and 14 for Stalwart. Quite important ones. At this point, Stalwart, it's not going to hurt them a lot because, yes, now the difference, I think, is around 30 plus. Especially with 6 more games to go, they would love these odds.
The point difference between Stalwarts and T2K, yeah, I agree. There is
33.
no chance that T2K can topple over 4M. Yes, Stalwart Esports, the chances are very less. They have to hope for a good comeback from their side and a bad game from the opponent team, which I doubt will happen. So T2K, yes, good gameplay. MABETEX were also very impressive today, sitting on the fourth spot with 119 points. And Esports, Highvoltage DC. Speaking of this team, they have been completely missing. The way they started off on day number 1, they have not been able to carry forward the same momentum till the day number 3.
I mean, in this game, I kind of felt they were a little bit unlucky considering, they were doing good, right? Assassin had a very good angle formed up. But I think it was the players of Leo Esports that came unchecked, right? And they kind of dealt a lot of damage to them. But slowly but surely, Leo Esports, they're kind of inching in on IHC Esports. And this is really good for Leo. This could be one of their finest performances in the tournament so far. But if you talk about, teams that have not been that great. I mean, 7th Element, it was a Cinderella run. They had been doing pretty well. But I kind of find that they're playing without any motive, right? At this point, it's all about trying to get kills. It's all about going after Aegon I8. That intent to win is kind of missing from their side. And I think can't really be too critical because it's still their first time they're in the SA Championship lobby. It's too much for them. I think what they are going to take is some experience. But if you take a look at the elimination leaders over here, we've got Action, IC, Doc, Rig, and IQ. Kind of, makes me happy to see some, perfect amalgamations of from all the region. We've got some Pakistani representation. We've got some Nepali representation, and then it is being led by the Mongolians.
The Mongolian domination has always been there, but I'm impressed by the way Pakistani teams and Nepalese teams are also trying to stage a comeback. At this point, they're still not giving up. And talking about Stalwarts, well, they had a fantastic run. It's kind of a deja vu moment where for MV, they also got 3 chicken dinners on day number 1 in match 1, match 2, and match number 4. And for Stalwarts also, it's kind of a same story. And this time, Stalwarts, they are sitting on the top.
The best part about Stalwarts is everything finally just decided to work out for them. Look at the numbers on IC in action, right? 32 and 35, especially IC being the IGL for his team, doing so much, and questions were raised on Action's run of form. I think he also seems to be back in the groove. He's also dancing. He's also enjoying himself. So a little bit of pressure just relieved off of Top's shoulders, because Top for me was one of the most consistent player. Up until this time, I think he's been having a little bit of a tough time during the SHG finals, but I'm pretty sure how they're playing as a whole unit with Nirzed also into the roster, I think Stalwart is constantly going to continue to dominate this region, at least for the next couple of years. I mean, the way they've been playing, the kind of firepower they have. For Miracle Vibes, I mean, they've got what it takes, that raw power. Now they've also, notched the aggression down a little bit, playing a lot controlled. But I think they will have to stop choking during the grand finals. I mean, if they can somehow keep their calm, I'm pretty sure we've got quite an interesting day tomorrow.
Oh, agreed. For MV, they tend to, not just this time, even during the league plays, PMPL, SA playoffs time as well. For MV, the entire 3-4 days, they had a good run, but when it comes to the finals day or the second last day, they start choking on those close range fights, and that is where Stalwarts, they capitalize, because Stalwarts, they know how to handle a pressure situation. They keep their calm and composure. They know when to show the aggression, when to be the cautious ones, and this is something for MV they also need to realize, because the way they started on day number 1, look like there is no team that can touch 4MV in the overall standings.
And here we are, right, with Stalwart having 30 points of lead, and T2K also starting to breathe under the necks of for Miracle Vibes. This kind of happened also during the SA finals, where it was also ND that was in the race. This time they aren't, but who knows what waits for us tomorrow, because it's kind of getting mysterious and also exciting in a really nice manner, because at this point it's so difficult to kind of come down to a certain conclusion, because if for Miracle Vibes go on a hard reset, come back in, get to constant chicken dinners, then that lead might be reduced. And we have also seen the Mongolians resorting also to some adverse measures, where they kind of tend to also drop on each other's drop location and kind of go for a head-on fight, like leave the rest and let's just settle it right down here and now. Things are getting really exciting with just one day to go. It could be anybody. Stalwart still the front runners of getting the championship trophy, representing the South Asian region in the World Invitational, but I'm sure for Miracle Vibes still have a few tricks up their sleeve.
Oh yes, in the previous game we can blame the flight path as well, because the flight path was not favoring the drop location of 4MV. So 4MV, they need to figure out a route to their drop location in these kind of northern flight paths, because that is where they struggle usually. Had they gone towards the side of military base, they could have stick to their main rotations that usually comes in, but this time they were struggling. They were caught off guard. Unfortunate things happened with the players of 4MV this time, so I think they'll come more prepared on the last day.
Hopefully so, because a lot of homework needs to be done, especially for Stalwart and for Miracle Vibes, and even for T2K if they're also eyeing for the prize. But that is going to be a long road that needs to be traveled. But that being said, folks, we are finally done with all the matches for the evening. Shando and I, we're going to be calling it a night. We will see you tomorrow with the final day.